sure y'all get these likes up. Get these likes up. Also, take a moment to subscribe. Yo, welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Introduce the crew. We got Anton. We got Courtney. We got Kay. And we got Danielle. Myself, Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. What's going on? How y'all doing?
Good.
Great.
You guys sound kind of dull. Let me try this again. How y'all doing?
Awesome.
Doing good.
Man, I see you guys got the puffs going down there. Was this planned? Did you guys talk before? You got headphones on? I couldn't even tell.
The fur hides it.
Okay. It must be nice to have hair. What's going on, Courtney?
Hey, nothing much.
Hey.
How are you?
Doing well, looking nice as usual. Anton got the black hoodie on. You chose violence tonight, Anton?
No, I'm chilling. Slow motion.
I just had to make sure anytime I see black.
It's gonna play out how I play out. You know what I'm saying? So.
Okay. Like anytime I see black, I know it's a high risk. So we gotta handle the risk care when it comes to you that black.
The risk is definitely high.
All right, you guys, welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Before we get this show started, make sure you guys take a moment and subscribe. Also, make sure you guys like the video. Like the video right now. It's going to be a great show. I know it is. Our first topic of the night is submission. Submission. It's a word that we often been hearing, especially a lot these days. Women don't seem to care about it too much, and the guys are requiring it. So we're going to talk about a submission. Before we dive into this topic, I want to get you guys' definition of submission, because I think a lot of people are kind of confused. So to make sure that we all on the same track, and I am curious to hear what you guys think submission is. I'm going to start with you, Kay. Submission. What is submission to you? In a relationship, let me break it down before you start asking all these 1,000 questions. What do you mean? How? Why? And okay.
I went back
In a
to
relationship, what is submission?
Submission is yielding to the authority of your partner, trusting them in the decision-making process, and to lead you within the relationship, to make decisions in the relationship that affect both of you. Just having that trust in them.
Okay. Danielle, submission. What is submission to you?
I believe that it's the choice to relinquish power and control to someone in a relationship that you choose is worthy of leading you and has a plan. That was a lot, but I believe that's all within submission.
Okay. Anton, what is submission to you?
It's just playing a role and playing a position. It's as simple as that. It's not that deep.
All right. Courtney, what is submission to you?
I would say all the above. You're submitting to your partner's, your husband's mission. So his plans for the family, how he's going to lead it. You're giving up your power to let him be powerful. So,
Okay. So the question that I have is, why do women feel as though the men have to earn submission? Why is it that the women feel as though the men have to earn submission? Danielle?
So I use the word worthy. And I think that might speak to what you're talking about with earning it. I think what I would say is women should not be submissive to what you would call a bum or someone who doesn't have any real foresight as to how to better themselves and their partner. And I think that if women do that, then they will kind of become jaded to wanting to relinquish that control and judge all men after that, not want to do that. So I think it's important that women at least have a good picker or at least enlist the counsel of their men in their family to determine that worth value. Because if you're not doing that, then you're going to be taken advantage of. So.
Okay. Okay. Same question. Why do women feel the men have to earn submission?
I agree with what Danielle said. There definitely needs to be that level of trust and that worthiness that the man shows, so that because you're giving up some of your power. So in order to be able to trust someone with that, they have to show and prove that they are, equipped to handle that level of responsibility. Because if you have a woman that's submitting to you, that's a big responsibility for you as the man. It's not just something you say and something the woman does. That's also a role that the man has to play in that dynamic. So you absolutely have to have that trust and make sure that the person is worthy.
Okay. Courtney, yeah. Turn the mic on. Come to you. Why is it that women feel the men have to earn submission?
well, like I said, I'll go biblically with it. The Bible speaks that the wife submits to her husband, not boyfriend, not, we dating, we hanging out. So it shouldn't be any kind of issue with submitting to your husband because you trust him enough to marry you and he trusted you enough to determine that he will marry you. So it should be no problem with submitting to a man because the submission is to your husband.
Okay. Anton, your opinion. Why is it that women feel the men have to earn submission?
I think the reason why women feel like a man has to earn submission is because you have a lot of women that are subjecting themselves to relationships instead of subjecting themselves to marriage. And it's a difference. And it's the reason why I often say that there's a difference between being in a relationship and being married. I separate the two by saying either you single or you married, because there's nothing that's stopping you from walking away from the situation if you deem or if the other person deems that that's not the thing that they want to be in. Whereas if you're in a marriage, you literally have taken vows before witnesses, before God signed a contract, all of that other type of stuff. You've even given up your last name. So when it comes to being married, there's a completely different set of rules, and submission is something that you have to, if you subject yourself to the form of what a traditional marriage is, it comes along with it. Ain't no 50-50, ain't no partnership, ain't none of that. Like I say it all the time, my relationship is a benevolent dictatorship. This is not a democracy. So although I may take your insight and advice into consideration, and I want to hear what you got to say, and I value you as far as what it is that you are unique at, and your ability to be able to do certain things, ultimately is my decision what goes on in the relationship. So again, bringing it back to the base of the question, one of the reasons why women have a problem with it is often at times they find themselves in situations where they think they compare themselves. They think that they can compare themselves to women that's married, and you can't. It's not the same thing. And so either you're married or you're not. And if you're in a relationship, of course you're going to be in a situation where you're starting to question whether or not you should submit. And then you should really do a deep dive about yourself and figure out, why am I with a person that I can't submit to? That's the real question. Why would you even entertain something or a situation where you would be talking to somebody that you wouldn't have 100% utmost confidence in their ability to lead you and your family? So stop just being in a relationship and thinking that you can attach the same parameters and labels as though you married. You're not. You single.
Danielle, does a woman enter submission after giving up the goods?
Oh, I think that I think it's possible to do it beforehand, but I think that it's not likely. I'll just say that. I would say that most of the time when a woman creates that soul tie, she's going to have some longing to be led from that moment on. She's been vulnerable. She's open, to him now. So I think that's a good time. I never thought of it that way. I thought of it more so within marriage, but I think it would be smart for women to be selective with who the men that they're sleeping with, and have them be men that they would see as marriageable. So,
Courtney, same question. Does a woman enter submission to a man after giving up the goods?
No, I don't think so. I think she can be connected emotionally, but as far as with submission, that's a whole act. And it's strength when a woman submits, because she's literally giving up herself for her authority over herself to that man. So just because they have sex doesn't mean that she's automatically going to be submissive to that man.
Okay. Kay, we're talking about, yeah, I can hear you good.
Okay.
Does a woman enter submission after giving up the goods?
I completely agree with what Courtney just said. It's not necessarily
What?
at all. We agree sometimes, but it's not necessarily. I think that you cannot assume that someone's going to be submitting just because you all have had sex. Like, absolutely not.
Okay. Anton, does a woman enter submission after giving up the goods?
She enters submission while she's giving up the goods.
Oh, really?
The entire process behind a sexual experience is that, like, even if you think about the way that our bodies are made, we have to enter into you. You know what I'm saying? So when you think about that, and you think about the whole idea behind how women control access to sex, you literally relinquish your power when you go into a sexual relationship in itself. And the problem with a lot of our societal norms and our cultural norms that we have is that we take stuff too lightly. You take sex like it's just an act, like it's just a feeling, like it's just something to get off on or whatever like that. And it's a lot deeper than that. It's a whole lot deeper than that. And that's why often at times I often say, yo, question what the body count is. And the body count is not just to say, yo, how many people have you been with? Although that is significant, but who you've been with often influence how you look at things, how you look at relationships, how you look at sex, how you look at life. You relinquish your control as a woman on a regular basis with every single interaction that you have sexually with a man. It's the truth. And so yeah, absolutely, you relinquish your or you give up and you become more submissive subconsciously or consciously, whether you know it or not, the moment that you enter into a sexual relationship, let alone afterwards. That's why often at times women, in order for them to be able to truly, and this is not all obviously, but I'm speaking in general, in order to truly experience that bliss when it comes to a sexual relationship, you have to be emotionally connected first. It's not enough to just be a thing. Men can often at times just have sex and it just be a thing, and they won't even remember you afterwards. Whereas women, you're emotionally connected to the partner in a lot of instances that you have sex with. So you relinquish that power and control, ultimately, i.e., submission, at the very instance that you become intimately connected. Absolutely, 100%.
I don't want to ask you guys. So let's just say a man is married, right? And he gives his wife credit by saying, I would not be where I am today if it wasn't for her. Can a woman fully submit to her husband after mothering him to be a better man? Danielle.
I
He
think
said
that
mothering him. Yo, JR got a unique set of word choices in order to illustrate exactly what it is that he's trying to communicate. That's pretty funny.
I was actually agreeing with you until you said the mothering part, because I can imagine a situation where, because like I said before, submission is a choice, right? And the thing is, for men who have women who are submissive and want that and crave that, I think they can see a stark difference between most modern women today and that woman that he's with. And he might be able to glean the value of her choice to submit and be thankful for that, and say, if I didn't have her submitting to me and choosing to do that and choosing to relinquish this control to me, then our household wouldn't be as successful as it is. I could see that. But if you're talking about a woman who had to do the work for a man, had to push him and had to motivate him beyond what would be regular inspiration of a woman, that's problematic. And that's something that can't be taught to a person within a short period of time. It has to be learned over a long period of time. So yeah, I don't think if that's happening that's a successful man, in my opinion.
Okay. Okay. Can a woman fully submit to her husband after mothering him to be a better man?
When you were first asking that, I was like, oh, okay. And then when you said mothering, I was like, So I think that if a woman sees a man as a person she's been mothering, there's a certain level of respect that's not necessarily going to be there as a romantic partner, because you're looking at them like your son. So it's just not, no, I don't think so. Not easily, at least. I think there would have to be a lot of professional help, maybe some couples therapy. Like, it would take a long time, I think, to get out of that dynamic of being like a mother-son situation, which is extremely weird and creepy in a romantic relationship. But if you felt like you were mothering somebody, it's going to take a long time and a lot of work to be able to submit to that person in the future. So,
Oh, really?
so no, I mean, the likelihood is really low, in my opinion.
Okay. Man, I have an awesome wife, man. If it wasn't for her, I would not be where I am. Courtney, can a woman fully submit to her husband after mothering him to be a better man?
Yeah. So no, the man is, if he's going to be great, he's going to be great with or without a woman. What that woman does is help him as far as, hey, I need you to do this to help me be great. And our role is to submit and say, okay, so I need you to help make sure the house is clean, and when I come home, dinner is cooked. Okay. I will submit to you by doing that. So therefore, I'm helping you be great. But like I said, the man is going to be great or not. It has nothing to do necessarily with the wife. I'm just helping you along with your greatness.
Well, it depends. It often depends because the context matters. So it's two different situations in which a man would use that statement, and it can mean two different things. So, like for example, you got the man that would say, "Oh man, if it wasn't for my wife, like I wouldn't be where I am today." Right? In which, this is the emasculated type of guy. This is the guy that is He's weak. He's very weak. And I know we don't like these terms, but I don't care what anybody thinks. He's a beta, right?
Pull up on
Realistically.
me. Pull up.
And
Ow.
literally, he's just a tool. And often in those situations, the woman settled for him. And that's not necessarily the guy that she wanted to pick, right? But then there's the other people, right? Because I can use the same context when it were, especially with me that looks at marriage in a lot of ways, the foundation of it from a business perspective, right? You can say the same thing when it comes to CEOs that built and ran specific companies, right? Like there are certain people that he's empowered and they do their job to the best of their ability, which obviously um, it propels the company to be 10 times more successful. And if you translate that into a relationship, it's the same thing. The reasons why you 10 times more successful as a couple versus as an individual. And I often say all the time, I was going to be great regardless, right? But the fact that I have you here and you play your role to a T, you really enhance and you empower things and you enable things to be a lot more successful as a result of you playing your role to a T. And so we're that much greater, right? You enable certain situations to be able to happen because you've placed yourself in positions to where women like you. And as a result of women liking you, they recommend their husbands to be able to do business with me. So, the business of marriage and guys that say, yo, if it wasn't for her, then we wouldn't be in this, that, and so can be true in two different scenarios. Two things can be true at the same time, but there's a difference between the vessel that's saying it, right? There's guys that can leverage the people and empower them to be the best versions of themselves, which people trust them and they believe in them, right? The women that we have on Lapeef Let's Talk, they do what they're supposed to do and they're totally into the vision that we've created for this whole platform. And as a result, they propel the platform to be more successful than it would have been had they not been here. Now, would we've been successful without them? Probably. But the fact that they do their job to a T makes it that much easier for us to be able to do what we do. So the context matters. And so we have to take that into consideration when we having these conversations.
Okay. Good response. So, oh man, some dishes. Ooh. Hey, that's how she cooking again.
You know it. Same time every day. Same time, bro.
Man, getting it cracking in there, man. I mean, that's that fine china just clackling. Anyways, so submission equals freedom to move around. Submission equals freedom to move around. Would a woman be likely to give her man freedom to move around if she's fully submitted to him? I mean, think about it. Think about that question real quick. I mean, a man often has a woman that's all over him and nagging him and questioning his whereabouts, but a woman that has fully submitted to her man, does he have the freedom to move around, Danielle?
I think he does, especially if he is a man with a plan, because women want to just feel reassured. And so if that man is on the move, but he has a plan for that woman and he's thinking about what she should be doing at the same time, then she should be focused on that, So if he's not and he's fully focused on something else and doesn't have a plan for her, a lot of times she's going to start to chaos will come through. So yeah, I think he has to have a plan for her if he's going to move around like that. But I think if he does, more power to him.
What do you mean by a plan for her? What does that mean?
That means expectations as far as what she should be doing in her time, whilst he's doing what he's doing. That's what I mean. I think a lot of modern men and modern women, their dynamic is you do you, and we will love each other through it. But there's not a lot of guidance that's given a lot of the time. So I think that's necessary if you're gonna be absent from the situation. You got to have a plan for what happens when you're not there.
Courtney, would you say that submission to a man equals freedom for that man to move around?
Explain what you mean by move around. Are we talking about cheating?
No, we're not talking about cheating. To me, like, I think that sometimes men need their space.
Oh,
I think that
absolutely.
men need men time. But what I've seen is that women that fully submit to their man, that they don't have those issues where the woman is nagging them, is questioning where he's going, because she's fully submitted to him. So if I said, "Hey, I'm going to the store," and I just go to the store, like, no questions asked. So I'm trying to highlight the importance of submission, how men need to get there. Well, not get it, but how important a woman submitting to that man is. So I want to ask you is, if a woman fully submits to a man, does that give him freedom to move around?
Yeah, well, I totally agree. Men need their space. They don't need to be treated like kids. So if he's saying I'm going to the store, there's no reason for me to be like, oh wow, what for? When you gonna come back? So no, I submit to you. You leave. You gotta go to the store. You gotta go to the store. What you need me to do at home while you gone?
Okay.
So that's it. So I agree. Now, let's not be silly with it. So now you always gone at the same time every day, then there's red flags.
Come
So
on.
don't be naive with it. So it might be some follow-up questions now that I have if I've seen a pattern. So
Really?
I mean, let's not be naive with it. But yes, you shouldn't be treated like a child.
I don't know, man. I think Anton got a different response.
You might. We're not the same person.
But I mean, I think that women are supposed to naturally yearn for you. So the fact that she yearns for me is not necessarily nagging. It's just a desire to naturally want to be around me whenever she has the opportunity to do so. So it's a difference between nagging and yearning for my attention. And women are supposed to naturally yearn for you if she really, really rocking you and she really, really feeling you. If I'll put it like this. If you say, yo, I'm going all the time, and she never is, you know what I'm saying, trying to go with you, or she never want to be with you, or that's a bigger issue, in my opinion, than a woman that's just like, all right, go do your thing, whatever. I think that that's a bigger, in my opinion, that would be a bigger red flag than a woman that was like, all right, you know what I'm saying? Like, I really, really want to rock with you. I really want, like, whenever I'm leaving out the house, my chick got the puppy eyes. She got the big puppy eyes. Like, yo, when you gonna come back? Like, all right, I'm gonna be waiting up for you. And like, that's just, she has a natural yearning and desire. And so I think that it is important for men to go and do their thing and make sure that they taking care of business, especially when you on the up and up. And also, I don't give my chick any reason to ever have any doubt. So she's always looking forward to catering and pampering and all of that other type of stuff. I get my feet rubbed all the time. She's always asking me when I'm gonna make availability in order for her to, you know what I'm saying, give me a pedicure and the whole 9 yards. So it's just a different dynamic when you as a guy are living in your purpose versus you just trying to get away because you just don't want to be bothered. And so I don't know, it's different for me, but red pill community is different.
Okay.
Yep.
Would you say that you have fully submitted to your man?
Yes.
Is your man able to freely move around?
Yes.
Okay.
I
So
trust him.
You trust him? Trust, yeah. Yeah, that was one of my points, trust. So you agreed that if a woman has fully submitted to her man, that the man can move around freely, right? That's what you're agreeing to?
Yes.
Okay.
And I definitely agree with what Anton said too, though, because I mean, just because you know that you can trust your man, it doesn't mean that you're still not like, okay, well, when are you coming back? Or when am I going to see you? Like, you're just excited to be around your man. So I think that's natural. And I think that's just something that some people do. That doesn't mean that you're trying to stop them from moving around. It just means that you like being around your man.
Okay. I want you to hold that trust because I'm coming to you next on the next topic. So since you said
But hold on,
trust,
let me ask a question. Let me ask a follow-up question. I'm genuinely curious because I've been married for a long time, right? So I'm out of the loop a little bit. How do you submit to somebody that you're in a relationship with? Like, how do you consciously? I know how women operate just naturally, but how do you consciously submit to somebody that you just in a relationship with versus being married
Good
to?
question, Anton. Great question.
I think it's subconscious. Like things just kind of fall into place like that. Like I trust my man. I trust his leadership. I mean, it's not like a conscious, decision. It's just the dynamic that works for us. So,
So how do things change? How do things change once you get married?
you tell me.
No, I'm saying, what's your vision for how things would be different? Like, what's the difference between being in a relationship and being married when it comes to submission for you?
I think that at a certain point in a relationship, it's kind of the same thing. Like the marriage the marriage is the legal aspect and all of that. But I can't see myself just completely changing once I get married. Like I don't know.
So why do you want to be married? Why do you want to be married then?
Because that's a more that's legally recognized. It's what I believe in. It's what I've always believed in. It's what my parents and my grandparents believe in. Like, I think marriage is extremely important. I think raising kids within a marriage is extremely important. So I get what you're saying, like, what's the difference? But it's kind of like you can drive with no license, but if you get pulled over, I don't care how good you were driving, if you have no license, like it's still a big deal. So I think marriage is just that next step to kind of secure everything in place.
Well, the only reason I ask is because I know that, you're more open to the different dynamics and how a lot of people operate within their relationships, right? Like you're open to the possibility that different relationships can mean different things for different people. So I'm always curious as to how you see relationships versus marriage when it comes to, a personal thing for you and why you think it would be different either way. And if you think it would be different, how? Because it seems like everybody, in my opinion, is just shacking up. And in their minds, it is no difference. When I talk to a lot of girls or I talk to a lot of guys, they often say, I don't see why I should get married when I'm already milking a cow. Like, I don't know why. I'm trying to understand why other people see things. I have a clear view of how I see marriage, but I'm always curious as to how other people see marriage and relationships and what's the difference if they've already found themselves in the most submissive role possible within that whole sphere of how they live in.
I mean, for me, I think about the future. I think about family. I think about legacy. I think about all of those things as well. So, I mean, a lot goes into it. I don't think it's exactly the same, but in terms of actions, it's not like I'm like, oh, I'm single until I'm married. I'm not going to submit to my man until I got a ring. Like, I don't believe in that at all. But I do understand, like, if you're in a very, very new relationship, it's not necessarily going to be the same as a long-term relationship or a marriage or anything like that. But I think, like, at a certain point, you should start showing that you're ready to be within a marriage. You can't keep saying, I'm not going to do this till I'm married. I'm not going to do this till I'm married. Like, how could you trust that? I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. But I know people feel differently.
Okay.
I'm not gonna bring no. Do your thing, Jr. I'm letting it rock. I'm just observing.
All right. Everybody, got a guest coming in, right? Well, not a guest, but bringing in Rilla, man. Y'all been asking about Rilla, man. Here he is.
A guest. He said a guest.
Yeah, he definitely a guest this week. He definitely a guest this week. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
What up? What up? What up?
All right.
What's going on?
Appreciate you coming through, Rilla, man. I'm gonna bring you up to speed, so I'm just gonna go down a list of questions and get your opinion. You guys feel free to speak on it if you guys agree or disagree with them. So we're talking about submission, as you see it scrolling down right there at the bottom. And I asked the definition of submission. What is submission to you?
Getting up under the mission. So it's the person that casts the vision, the person that is submissive or submitting is getting up under the mission of that person.
Okay. And the next question was, why do women feel you have to earn submission? Why do women feel that men have to earn submission?
That's a great question. I think probably for the same reason that men feel like women need to earn their trust. Right. So you talk about we had a whole conversation around can women be trusted? And there's this dichotomy of this back and forth between men and women. But I do think that when women are resting in their feminine, their true nature, their feminine nature, then submission is not really a back and forth. It's just a matter of if the man is making them feel comfortable enough to submit to them.
Okay.
But let me ask a follow-up question to that though, and it's the same question that I asked to the rest of the people on the panel, the ladies, right? What's the difference between submitting in a relationship and submitting in a marriage, in your opinion?
I think the caveat with a marriage is that is binding. That is binding before, the God you serve. That is obviously binding in the state that you're in. Whereas in a relationship, it's strictly optional. The bound that the tie that binds y'all together is only the words and the actions that you agree to, right? So if a woman says, so in my situation, right, like I'm in a relationship, I'm not married, right? So the submission that I experience in my relationship is because I know I make my woman feel comfortable doing that. I put her in a position to feel comfortable submitting to me. I put her in a
So is that conditional though? Is it conditional? Like the submission is based off of what you do, and so the submission is just not natural as a result of being in a relationship?
I don't know. I don't know that I wouldn't say that it's conditional. I'm just saying I know in my role, that's my go-to to make her feel comfortable. As a man who's been in, relationships and a man that's of a certain age, you learn. Like you learn. So for me, I know what I have to do is make her feel comfortable. I know that's not something that I'm just gonna walk up to any random woman and, hey, you submit to me. Or, even in a relationship, there's things that you gotta prove throughout that relationship. So it's constantly building. Now, if you asking about, feminine nature and all that other stuff, where is she naturally feminine? That's a different question. But my woman is not the type of person that's running around submitting to everybody.
No, I'm just saying in general when it comes to, like, because you said that your woman submit because you make her feel comfortable. Like, and that just, like, my chick is going to submit no matter what.
Now, let me ask you this. Why would she do that? She did that at 22, 21, 20, 19?
Yeah, she did it the minute that we started having, like, getting involved with each other.
Right.
Like, even in our friendship, she's always yielded to me to be the person that ultimately made the decision, no matter what, no matter where we hung out, no matter the decision that we make, everything has always been based off of my leadership. So I'm just wondering how that becomes conditional, even in a relationship. Okay, so let me reframe the question. When you get married, does the submission still come conditionally based off of how you make her feel?
I'm going to say, yeah. I think it's always going to be a place where you're building on top of the relationship. You're adding to. If a man stopped doing what he's supposed to do to make that woman feel comfortable, protected, provided for, that's not going to be a comfortable place for her to submit in.
Okay.
All right. Women expect everything from men, but want to give the bare minimum. Really, does a woman enter submission after giving up the goods?
No. Does she enter into submission after giving up the goods? Man, we have so demoralized and devalued what intimacy between two people is, man. It's a transaction. You know what I'm saying? It's like DMX said in what they want from it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I blazed you, you blazed me. I gave you, you gave me. Like, that's not a guarantee that she's gonna submit after giving up the goods. I mean, the way that we've devalued it, it doesn't mean anything. It's a commodity now.
Why
You
you
see,
shaking your head?
because you see the difference between our answers, even when he wasn't here. It's just a completely different mindset when it comes to how we look at people and relationships in general. It's so different. It's so different. And they don't mean that I'm right or that he's wrong either way, but it's just a completely different mindset and how we approach things and
Hey,
how we look at things. It's weird. It's
sure.
wild. Because
And
I don't look at sex as just transactional. It can never be transactional, especially with women. Like
I didn't say my
women
personal opinion. I
control
said what it is.
the reins as far as sex in general. Like you're literally entering into her body, bro. Like that doesn't make sense. Women can't even have sex in the same mentality and the same mindset that men have. Like they're emotionally connected. Like have you ever been with a woman? Well, I'm not going to ask a pointed question to you specifically, but just in general, like guys that's watching this show, have you ever been with a woman and then after you have sex with her, like she's completely attached, whereas you may have post nut clarity. You may like just completely be like, man, that was just a thing. It was just a moment. It was what it was. It's over. Whereas she's completely attached to you. She's like the whole 9 yards. Women think differently, and it's just a different dynamic. The minute that she gives you or she opens her legs up to you, it's a act of submission in itself.
Yeah, that's facts right there. I've experienced that.
So you think today's modern woman, as much as we've talked about and delved into, and I wouldn't disagree with that particular point, that her opening up her legs is an act of submission, right? But the question was, do women submit after giving up the goods, right? So if I'm going by what today's modern woman and what we can see with the observable eye, that act of intimacy, again, we have devalued it so much that doesn't guarantee submission.
Yeah, I think it's we understand in the act, and Anton, I think you have an amazing point as far as how our bodies are made, and you have the man has to intervene, and that's an act of submission. But does that make a woman submissive? And for me, that's what I'm saying. No. And look at marriages now that men are complaining that their wives are masculine and not being submissive, but he's having sex, making love to her. So yes, it's a particular act of submission, but it doesn't make the woman submissive.
Okay.
I mean, I think that women act differently depending on the man that they around. I often say at times, yeah, hey yo, y'all ever see like that unruly or that couple and that guy is real weak and he emasculated or whatever like that, and then you just be thinking to yourself like, she wouldn't even be like that if she was with me. Like she's like that because of the person that she with, and she she chose down. You know what I'm saying? She settled for him, but she would not operate in that same way because she don't even operate the same way like that when with her boss, like around certain men. Like there's women that move differently depending on the guy that they around. And so, when we say modern women, I don't necessarily subject myself to that term because I think that women are inherently still them. I think that the conditions that they've been subjected to is completely different. But when they face an opportunity to really get in front of or put themselves in a position to where they're naturally able to fall into their feminine selves, it's a different dynamic. And so I don't subject myself, because even a lot of the guys that's winning in life, I talk to them, they don't have the same problems as a lot of these dudes that's complaining about women. They're winning, and they don't have problems with women being feminine around them or submitting to them, or they don't have the same issues that a lot of these guys is complaining about. So yeah, there are issues with women in the way that they think, but often at times you can't focus on them. You got to focus on being the best version of you, because women will naturally move a certain way when you walk in the room when you're the man that you're supposed to be. It don't even matter about what they think or how they view themselves. They move differently when they figure it out, when they enabled by the person that they're supposed to be around.
Okay. Hey, Rilla, still going down the list real quick with you. I gave a scenario. So a man is married to a woman, right? And the woman gives her credit by saying, I would not be here today if it wasn't for you. He gave her credit by saying, I would not be here today if it wasn't for you. Can a woman fully submit to her husband after mothering him to be a better man?
Man, that's loaded, bro. I don't now that I don't know that I would say the woman is mothering the man, right? Because again, we talk a lot about women being in they feminine nature. Well, what's their nature? To nurture, to provide some type of guidance. We value their intuition, we value their insight. So if you're saying can a woman submit after mothering the man, I would say no. But if you saying that man is giving accolades to that woman and he's giving her credit and she nurtured, she gave him insight, she gave him the things that he needed that propelled him to the level that he's at, can she still submit to him? I would say yeah. She's already proved that she submitted to him. And that's in a husband and wife situation, right?
Yeah. Anton, why are you smiling over there? What's going on?
I just want to give. I'm not about to. I don't. Jr. Listen, I'm trying to be so nice tonight, and Rilla want me to be the. He don't want me to be Bruce Banner. He want me to be Incredible Hulk.
Hey, bro.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm really
listen,
like, oh God,
hey, bro,
help
listen.
me. Please keep him in.
I'm on vacation, and I'm in a good spot, bro. You do what you feel like you need to do to get your point across. You feel me? Do what
See
you
what
feel
I'm
like
saying?
you need to do.
He pushing me. I'm not even doing nothing. I'm respectful. I'm nice. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I'm still.
Come on, bro.
Listen. I'm still Thanos, whether I'm on vacation or I'm in my home office. So be careful. Tread lightly, and you know what I'm saying. Don't ask for something that you're not ready for. So let's just be nice. Let's be nice. Let's be nice. It's better. It's better that way. I promise you.
Anton, what are you talking about? Like for real, what are you talking about, bro? If you saying something, say what
you know what I'm talking.
Cool.
I'm not. I'm trying.
Gentlemen, simmer
I'm just
down,
saying. Let's. Bro, I have a lot of respect for you, really. Like I don't have no smoke for you at all. But it's like, yo, say what you're gonna say. Like
I kind of feel like this
why would you even say what you're gonna say? Like I never approached this conversation in any way from a disrespectful perspective. But now it's like you want me to be that.
Anton, listen, man. Over these YouTube airwaves, bro, what are you doing, fam? What are you doing?
Doing what? I'm not even doing nothing.
What are you
chilling.
doing?
I'm drinking Dasani water.
These dry threats, like, man, you don't want me to. I'm trying to be nice, and bro, come on, man. Stop the shenanigans. Like, if you disagree, you can disagree, man. It's cool. You gotta do all the theatrics.
I already showed you what being that, like me disagreeing. And I still was like, yo, but I respect where you're coming from in the whole nine yards. Listen, it's like man, now you getting extra for no reason. Like I'm just chilling, bro.
That's extra.
I don't understand.
I know. Like, okay, I don't either though. I don't either.
All
right, Real. I got a question.
Let's do this. Let's do it.
Submission equals freedom to move around. Submission equals freedom for a man to move around. Would a woman be likely to give her man freedom to move around if she has fully submitted to him?
I don't think a man moving around.
I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying, just moving around. You know,
I don't
things that he needs to do.
Oh, going about his everyday without being questioned. I don't think that has anything to do with submission. I think that has more to do with trust. Submission can play a part, but I think that has more to do with trust than submission.
Okay. So I see that you and Kay brought up trust. So I'm coming to Kay first and I'm coming to you. Welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. If you guys haven't done so already, make sure you take a moment right now to like the video. Also, while you at it, subscribe to the channel. A lot of people watching, but y'all not subscribing, man. It's great content, great value, man. And we here every Thursday at 7:30 Central Time. Our next topic for the night. And remember what I said, Kay, Rilla, I'm coming to y'all first. Danielle, Courtney, Anton, y'all can relax. But
really, I don't want to relax.
Okay.
I'm in here.
Kay, if there's trust, why can't your significant other have friends of the opposite sex?
He can.
He can? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, explain. Why can he have friends?
Because there's trust.
Well, then, after you respond, I want you to also answer this question. Why is it that so many women have an issue with men having female friends?
Because they don't trust their man. I mean, I think this is just real simple. Like, if there's trust and, you know, I think Courtney mentioned earlier, like a pattern of behavior. Of course, don't be naive if it's just some like red flags going up about these friends or whatever. But just having a friend. Now, if y'all are going out on friend dates every Saturday, like, yeah, you might be like, what's going on? But simply having a friend of the opposite sex, I mean, what? Like, I don't even understand how you could expect someone to never be friends with someone, like half the population, after you enter a relationship, a marriage, whatever. Now, it's up to each couple to decide on their boundaries, what they're comfortable with, communicate about that, things like that. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, because it was sounding real
We
weird.
hear you, but we ain't listening. We hear you, but we ain't listening at all.
Yeah, you were, or else you wouldn't have been able to respond to that. No, I'm just playing.
We hear you just talking, because that don't even make. Okay, so what? So if your man tell you, "Kay, I'm fine with any boundary. Like, I don't have boundaries whatsoever. You could do whatever you want to do." Do you still think that it makes sense for you to go hang out at late times of the night that you would hypothetically? Because then you'll let me tell you what you'll do. You'll say, "Well, I don't even hang out late at night." That's not what we're talking about, right? So, but if you was to be like in the same way that you interact with your homegirls and hang out with them, and you know they can come over your crib when he not there and all of that other type of stuff, right? You think that that's still cool?
Okay, first let me point out, because I think this is something that happens a lot. I get asked a question, I answer it, and then you change it to some extreme other thing. Like, who said any of that?
Just answer the question.
I simply
Please.
said,
Man.
I simply said that you can have friends of the opposite sex if you're in a relationship and you trust your partner, as long as you have boundaries. Now, Anton, if you're saying my man says, "Oh, I don't have any boundaries," I mean, what? That would be a conversation that me and him would have, because I wouldn't be comfortable with having zero boundaries.
It's a hypothetical. No, we said him. He said he doesn't have any boundaries for you. So in the hypothetical question, that adds additional context to the original question, because we don't want to just leave it far out, because I know you have a problem with the whole idea of making sure that we answer the question, right? This is you, right? So I pose a specific scenario. Scenario to say, based off of what you said it depends on the couple's boundaries. If he said, "I don't have any boundaries, you can do whatever you want to do," is it cool for me to come over your crib when he's not there?
No, I wouldn't do that. I just wouldn't do that. Like, regardless,
would you have a female friend over when he's not there?
Would you say you trust him?
Wait. Can you have a female friend? Would you have female friends over when he's not there?
Jay, are you talking about? But I said I trust him. He's not asking me
go
that.
ahead.
Come on, okay.
I might have been off a little bit. Go ahead. Don't try to escape the rest of the questions. Go ahead.
No, I'm not escaping nothing. Go ahead.
Would you have a female friend over when he's not there?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So why can't you have a male friend over when he's not there?
I just wouldn't prefer to do that. That's just me.
Why?
Because, I mean, I don't have lots of men that just be coming over. I mean, I just wouldn't do that. If my man said I have no boundaries about what you do, I still wouldn't do that, because I have no desire. What would be the point?
But is it wrong for me then to be over your crib without your man there?
Yes, because I wouldn't want you here without my man here. How can you ask?
Kay, I bet you.
How can you ask me a question?
Wait. I bet you $100 that you were great as a kid playing dodgeball. I bet my whole life that you were a dodgeball champion as you were coming up.
Anton, literally, You asked me a question, I answered it, and now you're telling me my answer is not valid. Like, what was the point of asking if that's what you were gonna do?
Okay, I think we're missing it where it's like you wouldn't. Okay, why wouldn't you?
Because I have no desire to.
Why not?
There's no reason. I don't really be having people at the house. In fact, no, even female friend of mine has been in my crib beyond the hour of probably like 8 o'clock. Like, people just don't be coming over here like that.
Okay, but
So that's
you
just
did
my
have
thing.
but you did have a female friend over there. So why wouldn't you have a male friend that could leave at 8?
Because I wouldn't want to. I don't have
But we're not
those
the
male
one.
friends.
It has to be a reason why you wouldn't. Not because
I
I just don't want to. Why don't you?
Because I don't have any male friends that chill at my apartment.
Because you know it's a bad look.
Oh, really?
It is a bad look for you to have a man at your house and your man is not there.
I mean, I
It's a
wouldn't
bad
feel
look.
comfortable. I already said that I wouldn't feel comfortable. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't.
But you're
Right.
not acknowledging
You're not-
that it's a bad look. You only saying that you wouldn't do it. You don't acknowledge the fact that, you know, you speak.
If that's the question you wanted to ask, you should have asked, do you think
I asked
that
it
it looks...
specifically.
No, you didn't. You said, what if your man doesn't have a boundary? You didn't say,
I said,
y'all be
is
trying
that
to like...
cool? I said, is that cool? You said, I wouldn't do it. You never said it's not a bad look for you.
You know what? I can't take this anymore. I can't. Okay.
Me either.
Okay, I'm gonna tell him. I was at Kay's crib past 8 o'clock. I was at
I
Kay's
already
crib.
know.
I was at Kay's crib past 8 o'clock.
I remember.
Was her man there?
He was
No,
not.
he was at work.
He was not.
He was at work.
And this is absolutely true.
Mm.
And I can confirm it because I got air tags on JR.
Air tags.
Yeah, I saw that, man. I was trying to have some myself, and I said, "What the hell is this? I didn't buy these."
Yeah, yep. I can confirm it.
Yeah, but I think the world has to. Okay, I'm gonna tell them it is what it is at this point.
Don't even put any of that type of nonsense.
I'm sorry, Rella.
Even as a
I was about
joke
to say, the
or
only person
You
that's
anything.
apologize to me for.
The only person
You
that's
need
getting
to be
upset is
apologizing
Rella.
to Anton. That's your work husband.
Oh, really? You throwing jabs at me?
Yeah, you was apologizing. I'm saying, you ain't got to apologize to me. You got to apologize to Anton.
So you telling me? Wait. So you telling me you don't have like a slight light crush on Kay? On the real talk, bro.
Bro, it seems like you're more infatuated with finding out who I got a crush on than being focused on what we doing on this platform.
Because I mean, it's a reason why I asked that though. It's not just
Can't be no reason
like,
because
in
I ain't never
general.
gave you any indication that I rock with Kay like that on any level. So
Hey,
it's
you
okay.
all right, bro?
Hey,
Ain't you
bro.
on vacation?
I'm
Like,
sitting in
why
this
is
lobby,
this so
man.
uptight? Jesus Christ, bro!
Hey,
You gotta loosen up, bro.
You wildin'.
hey,
That's per usual.
Hey, real. I was gonna come to you. Hey, audience, pay attention. How Kay never denied that. But Danielle.
Yes, I did. I said,
Hey,
I said, don't be spreading that nonsense, even as a joke.
Hey. Anyway, you guys. Danielle.
Yeah.
If there's trust,
No.
okay. Be nice. Be nice.
Get some
You're
control
not about
over
to
her,
sit
bro.
up here. You're not about to sit up here and lie on me. No.
It's not about lying. It's not about lying.
What is it
Okay.
about then?
We'll let the audience think their truth. I know the truth.
Me
Anyway.
too.
It's okay, Kay. It's okay. I know. I'm gonna get it later.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about it. Okay, like your upper lip.
This is
What?
very creepy now. I don't know what you're talking about.
And the
I'm
roaches
getting-
weren't creepy.
No. This is so that might say a lot about what's going on because
Okay.
this is creepy.
All right. Have me pull out them receipts now.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Ain't no
Okay.
receipt.
Okay. All right. All right.
What's that, Uncle Nearest? Because it's got you out here. I don't know what's going on. What's that?
I don't try to. We trying to take realist words. Let's just stay on focus here. Like they know what's anyway.
It's a literal drink that you drink.
Okay.
Right?
I had to cut off. My bad.
How is that real as word?
Yes.
If there's trust, why can't your significant other have friends of the opposite sex? Before you answer that question, do you allow your husband to have friends of the opposite sex?
Well, I don't allow him to do anything, but he chooses not to have
Oh, really?
have female friends because he isn't getting any value from them.
That's what I'm
why.
talking about, Danielle. It's a choice that the person makes. It's not a rule. It's just the choice that the person makes. Thank you.
I don't think
You're gonna make me upload this receipt in a second. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You keep on. Go ahead, Danielle.
I don't know though if someone were to make that choice. Like if that opposite sex friend is not a colleague or did not grow up with you from childhood, babyhood, and is not a mentor, I don't really understand why you're making that choice in the first place. Like that's where we get to what is this really a friendship, or are you just calling this thing where you take advantage of my attention or pretend like we're in a relationship but I'm not even getting anything from you what I would get normally from the opposite sex? I don't really understand what kind of friendship that is.
But you say you trust them.
That has nothing to do with trust. That has to do with what are you getting? Women, okay, so for me.
So are you concerned more about him or more about the women?
It's not a concern. It's literally a rationality. Like my husband understands women don't understand male issues in the same way a man does. So if he's gonna go have a friend that's a woman, he can't confide in her in the same way he would a man. He's, if he's not having her come and add to his program, clean his house, make his food, things like that. I don't really understand what value she is adding unless it's friends with benefits.
Okay. Really? If there's trust in relationship, right? Why can't significant others have not female, but friends of the opposite sex?
Yeah, they can. I mean, like I said, man, I said on the show plenty of times, I got female friends.
I mean, ask you this: Are they old friends? Are they old friends or new friends? Or a mixture?
Oh yeah. These are old friends. These are friends. I mean, we talked about this before. These are people that I've known for 10, 20, 30 years.
What about new friends? Can you have new friends? It's trust, right? Can you have new friends?
Yeah, it's definitely trust, but let's keep it 1,000, man. I think a lot of times we try and like define things as linear and put them in these boxes, and you sit right over here because this has to be this way, and that's not what happens at all, man. In real life, you know what I'm saying? Things exist. People set boundaries. They lay it on the line. Like this is in a relationship. This is what you're able to do. This is what you aren't able to do, depending on the deal that you hammer out with your significant other. I don't have trust issues in my relationship. I'm not worried about my girl stepping out. She's not worried about me stepping out. Any move she make, I'm aware of. Any move I make, she's aware of. It's that simple.
Frame the question a little differently, JR. Keep it general towards people in general, so it's easier for him to be able to answer, because we don't necessarily want to bring his personal situation into it, because it might be a little different than how you may.
That's true. That's fair.
Okay, so
no, that's fair. That's fair.
Like if you about to answer, or you want me to rephrase it?
Yeah, I'm thinking about what he's saying in general, and when even in general, man. I mean, I know certain people move a particular way. I know on the same show Anton has said, I don't do female friends. I can't even, it ain't happening, Captain. I get it. But again, you're talking
That is not my
colleagues, you're
background.
talking.
Just to let y'all know, that's not my background.
Somebody else with this.
Because y'all gonna be like, who cooking? That ain't in my background.
I'm in the lobby, man. The bartender just dropped something. But I think in general, you know what? To be honest, if I'm thinking, nah, I ain't got nothing. I think in general, I think when there's trust, I think you're talking about a grown adult, so people should be able to do whatever it is that they want to do. But I think most people in general don't subscribe to other people having friends of the opposite sex. But now, to me, the question comes into play: well, where does that come from? Is that from a place of insecurity? Is that from a sense of projection? Or is it like what Courtney was saying, it's just a bad look? I value people. I value their insight. I value people for what they can contribute. And it doesn't mean we gotta be friends up on the phone all night or over at my house or I'm over at their house after 8 o'clock or whatever. It's simple conversation. You respect the boundaries of the relationship that you in and you keep it moving. Does not mean that y'all can't be cordial or acquaintances or colleagues. And it doesn't mean that there's a lack of trust there.
Okay, so Rilla, Kay, Danielle, let me get this straight. You guys trust, but the men and the women can't have new friends of the opposite sex. But you guys trust. Just answer the question. It's a yes or no. That's a yes or no question. So you guys saying that you guys trust your significant other, but they are not allowed to have new friends of the opposite sex. But you trust them, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
You're literally making things up.
No.
I need a yes or no from all three of you guys. I don't need no content. I don't need that. I just need a yes or no.
You can't ask somebody to yes or no something they didn't say. Like Danielle made a very good point that I completely agreed with about it's a choice that her husband makes. It's just not something that happens. Just like me, I'm just not out here making new random male friends. Like, I mean, it's not even like, oh, this isn't a good idea, I'm not going to do it. It just doesn't happen based on the fact that you're with somebody and like, what are you looking for? Like what she said, like, I'm not looking for new male friends. Like, it's just not even, it's a non-factor.
They can just be, it just be company or something. It could be like you started a new job and you got a new work husband. It could just be somebody that's not labeled as a friend, but it could be anybody.
I mean, like Danielle was saying earlier, if it's a colleague or someone you're doing business with or something, then that makes sense. But I'm not just about to be at Whole Foods in the line like, hey, dude, here's my number, let's be friends. Like, what? I just don't even understand when that. I have no desire to do that.
But you're giving them your Snapchat. Same thing. Courtney.
Giving who? No.
You can't have my number, but you can have my.
No, I don't do that. I don't do that.
Really?
Okay.
I don't. JR, we work together, and you don't even got my Snapchat. No, you're not.
I don't need your Snapchat. I got your direct number.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like,
Snapchat phone.
JR, you already know that people on here be trying to find something about me. Stop making up stuff to make it worse.
Hey,
that's not cool.
I'm gonna put these receipts up here towards the end of the show. Y'all stay tuned. I'll show y'all something.
Yeah,
show y'all something. And you got that same look Tawana had.
What?
Nothing.
Y'all need to stop talking about that girl. Leave her alone.
Hey, it's a moment that happened on the show, and all I just said was that same look, that scarcity, that deer headlight look. That's what you had just now.
I always look like a deer.
Okay, stop texting me. I might show
now
it.
Now you know you lying. You're lying.
Okay. Anyway, let's get back on task right now.
Like my hands are here.
Get your hands. You can't see your hands. Anyway, Courtney, I'll let you chime in on this one. If there's trust, why can't significant others have friends of the opposite sex? Or can they?
Well, I would say no. I think when you get married, a lot of stuff should cease. And if you have a friend, before me, y'all can still be cool, but you have to let her know, things have changed. I am married now. Out of respect for my wife, you can't call me like that no more. I'm not hanging out with you getting a beer no more, unless my wife is there.
I agree with that.
So it's respect. It's not a good look. And for me in a relationship, I want to make sure that I respect my mate. And, my mom always used to tell me this. She was like, always try to remain blameless. So what you do, your actions of what you do, always make it where can't nobody blame you for something. So I'm not going to put myself in a situation where it's going to do a side eye or seem disrespectful. So all that best friend stuff, significant other, that got to cease. So no. You can be cool, what's up, all right. Having a party, you can come through, then leave.
I definitely agree with that in terms of boundaries. Just, things do change. Like I've had, let's say back when I was single, I've had male friends, and then when they get a girlfriend or whatever, I understand that our relationship is not it's not even a conversation their girl has to have with me, or it's not even something that has to happen, because I understand that the dynamics change when a person enters into a relationship. So I completely agree with that. And I feel like it kind of naturally falls into place, or at least it has, in my experience.
Sorry, Kay, can I ask a question following that up? If your presence is disrespectful to your male friend when his woman is around, then how do you consider that a true friendship?
You said your who?
Say that again.
If your presence, you said if you had a male friend, right, you know that the dynamics would change if he got a girl, right? And that if you were around, that would be disrespectful, right? How is that a real friend? How is that a true friend if your presence being around is disrespectful to that person?
Well,
I didn't say that. Right. I didn't. Oh, she's talking to you. Okay. Are you talking to Courtney?
No, I'm talking to Kay. I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what's the nature of that friendship if it changes based on that person's relationships.
I get exactly what you're saying, but I never said that my presence would be disrespectful. I never said that.
Oh, really?
I didn't. I said that the nature of a friendship changes because when someone gets a romantic partner, they generally don't hang out with their friends as much. I didn't say my presence would be disrespectful. I'm saying that I wouldn't be like, oh, come on, friend. I wouldn't even do that, because I understand when you get a woman, I'm just a female friend, or hell, any friends aren't gonna be at the forefront, because usually when someone's dating someone, those people become the priority. So I didn't say that me being there would be disrespectful. I never said that. But I get what you're saying, because you're asking how could you be considered a real friend if there's these types of stipulations? But my thing is, it's not that there are these stipulations. It's that is the natural order of things in every experience I've ever had in life. Me personally, if I let's say in college or something, I'm friends with a guy and he starts dating someone, I am not going to hang out with him as much because he's hanging out with her, and that's no problem. I understand that that's what happens when people start dating someone. The friends that you can't trust are the ones that be trying to be like, your girl is tripping, why can't you? No, I think friends should respect the woman that their friend is dating. They should respect their friend. They shouldn't even make it into a big deal, because like you said, I would then wonder, what kind of friend is that if you are trying to put your male friend in a situation that's not good for him? You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't want to have my male friend in an argument with his woman over me. I would never want that to happen. So it wouldn't even be a conversation. I would understand.
I think that example is a little extreme because it's no one obviously wants to be in a fight over another person in your relationship. But so I guess we could bring it down to this level. You think that if a man is in a relationship, he shouldn't have any friends he confides in regularly?
I didn't say that.
So I'm asking.
Make it specific. He shouldn't have any female friends
that he confides in.
Is that how you feel specifically? Okay.
In my relationship.
No, just generally, not for you, generally.
Well, I can't speak on it in general because I don't know what other people are comfortable with. Like, I can't speak for everybody.
Anything with Kay has to be personally.
No. Let me step in for a minute because I understand where Kay is coming from. So let me ask you a question, Danielle. Because we saying that relationship dating, let's change the dynamics to married, right? Do you think that a guy, your husband, or a husband, I'm not gonna say your husband, I don't like to use your specific situation unless you insert yourself into it, right? Do you think that it's cool that a guy that has a female friend or whatever like that, right? And then he gets married, you think that it's still cool for him to be confiding in her as his female friend?
You're asking me?
Yes.
No. No.
Well, there you have it. It solves that.
Well, yeah, that was where I was going with that. I mean, I just think that if the nature of your friendship is going to change because of your gender, I don't really find that to be a true friendship. That's just.
But I mean, the nature of the friendship did change when you got married, though, right?
Again, I don't really think even before you get married that women and men, I never defined that, oh yeah, you should have a friend before marriage that's a male either. So I don't think it changes regardless. I think it's still going to be that same.
Wait. Are you saying that before you get married, you shouldn't have male friends?
I mean, so if I'm speaking personally, I have never had a male friend that wasn't gay, ever.
I was about to say that. I don't believe in platonic relationships.
I don't get it. I personally don't. Because if I'm having a male friend, I'm getting emotional labor from him. I know, because that's how I deal with my friendships. And I don't think that men should be giving emotional labor to women who they are not getting something in return, aka submission or a relationship. Sex.
Okay, so let me give you a different example then. The foundation of me and my wife's relationship was friendship. Literally. That was the way in which I was able to truly understand and learn who she was without the presentation layer, without people always putting on the best front possible in order to try to impress the person that they dating. It was a genuine friendship. Like, she was the girl that I told about, like, I would tell her about all of the other girls that I was messing with or whatever like that. And she was just like a true G, you know, when it came to us building a foundation that I didn't even know that we were building through the friendship. Does that change the dynamic of it a little bit?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
What did she get from your friendship?
You'd have to ask her that.
I think that matters because I think most men, if she's getting something fulfilling from y'all's friendship, then that's something that I think most men wouldn't be willing to do with a woman who they didn't feel was reciprocating a womanly, feminine support to them.
Well, the only reason I asked that question is because me personally, I feel like the foundation of a relationship should be based on things that are much stronger than looks and whatever it is that people identify as dating, or the presentation, or all of the different things. You don't truly get to understand and know a person until you start to dig deeper. And that can't come from just asking questions or all that. Has to come from genuinely being around people that's conducive and moving in the direction that you're moving. But based off of what you're saying, right? And I'm not saying that applying this to your situation, but just your philosophy towards friendships and the dynamics between men and women, it's impossible for you to be able to build that if you don't approach it from that perspective.
I think that I'm looking at it more from what's best for a man in going into friendships with women, if they so choose to.
As a single man or as a married man?
As a single man. I personally believe that if you are nurturing a friendship with a woman and she has not committed to you in a relationship sense, then you're wasting your time, because she could be getting that same energy from 10 other dudes just like you, and you wouldn't know it. I mean, that's real. And most likely, if she's gleaning that emotional labor from you without trying to give her commitment to you, she's probably got a couple of other people doing that as well. If your wife is different, then she's
not. Who's to say that a woman is not getting that same level of attention and, you know, building these same type of friendships or relationships from multiple other guys, even if it's not necessarily coming from you in that dynamic in the way in which you're describing it?
I mean, you're talking about people, what if they're lying or not. I'm talking about a person who's giving their word. You know what I mean? Like, if a woman is saying, oh, no, you know, we're friend zone, that's her communicating, I don't owe you anything, right? I believe that if she's able to commit to you, then you know that she's committing to you. That's, at least you have her word. So at least you can hold her to that, accountability wise. If you don't have that, you don't have any control over that woman if she's just your friend.
Well, why would I? Well, I don't know. We going down a rabbit hole. So I know JR got other questions he want to answer. So, but this is a good conversation. I like this exchange. I think it's dope.
I want to get to Courtney. If there's trust, why can't the significant other have friends of the opposite sex?
I already answered again.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. I got lost in the rabbit hole too.
I said respect.
Oh, you
JR,
did. You did.
I said my man come.
You did. You,
snapping her
hey,
down.
don't start.
JR,
I'm gonna upload on receipts. You keep playing with me.
JR, what? You
Hey.
What's going on, JR, today?
The truth won't come out. Anton, Anton, take us.
I don't know.
I think Anton took us home already. All right, if you guys are just tuning, you're just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. Make sure you guys. Hey, shut up. Yeah, not like that, but be quiet.
It's okay, JR. We see what's going on. Are you okay?
Yeah, shut up. That's what you liked the other day. Shut up.
No.
Okay. All right. Welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. Make sure you guys take a moment to hit the like button. Also subscribe. Moving on to our third topic. It's getting good, man. Good conversation. I love it. Good conversation. Our next topic is dating with the intent to marry. Dating with the intent to marry. Before we get started, I know there's been a lot of conversation about how women of other races, when they go to college, they're looking for a husband. You should be looking for a husband at an early age, even if you're not in college, while you're dating. I just want to ask you guys first, how important is the dating experience? How important is the dating experience? We'll start with you, Courtney.
As far as dating multiple people before you get married?
Yeah, I mean, just the experience itself, because some people don't date with the intent to marry. You know, they think they haven't found themselves, or maybe they don't know what they like, so they're not dating with the intent to marry at an early age. So that leads me to think that the experience must be important. So how important is the dating experience? Is it important to have experience when it comes to dating, or should you just automatically be looking dating with the intent to marry?
Yeah, no, I think with women, you should be dating with the intent to marry. I don't think women, especially in our 20s, we're not taught that. We're taught to date and to travel and do all this career stuff. But for women, dating opens yourself up to being emotionally hurt, high body counts, just a whole lot of stuff that you can really, stay away from, and saving yourself for your husband and your emotional, your heart, and all that with the intent to date and marry. So with women specifically in college, I totally believe that we need to teach them, go to school, get your education, and also make sure you're making yourself a wife. Because what happens is that we're doing all this in 20 in career, and we got relationships, and now we're all messed up, and we have men problems because we've been hurting ourselves, and then we get 30 and then we get bitter. Now, a lot of that can be changed if we just focus on what we're supposed to be focused on. So dating for the intent to marry, definitely for women. Men is different. I think men need to date and get coming to America, sow your world oats. So I think men should date and have some, relationships, but that not be the focus. The focus is his purpose, of course. But yeah, it's totally different. Men get better with time, like fine wine.
Yeah, you kind of answered my second question. So as I go around, I want you guys to answer that, which is it the same for men and women? But I'm going to come to you, Danielle. How important is the dating experience? Let me ask this first. How old were you when you got married?
I was 27.
Okay, 27. Okay. So how important is the dating experience?
I think that I agree with Courtney that it should be different for men and women. And I think that women should have some dating experience. They should be very proactive, but they should have the intent to make it as short as possible. So I apologize if you can hear my son crying. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Go ahead.
His dad's with it. But yeah, I think women shouldn't be out here trying to have like hot girl summer every, year on year. I think women should, focus with intention. And the way I see it is, I think women in that same period of time for college should be trying to get that MRS degree, get that dual degree, because honestly, that's the best time you have. And a lot of times women aren't told this. They're not told how precious those years are in terms of solidifying your ideal man. And they focus on themselves. And then once it's too late, they're looking back and bitter because no one told them that. So I think that women have to focus, especially during those college years, on that primarily. That, do what you got to do so you don't become poor. But I think that's really where you need to stay. And the rest of your effort should be finding a husband.
Okay. Dating with the intent to marry. How important is the date? Oh, before I go to you, Danielle, did you answer already? Is it the same for men and women?
Oh yeah, I think it's different for men. I think men need to have a lot of experience.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, dating with the intent to marry. How important is the dating experience?
I think that it is, like Danielle said, it should be like short. You don't want to spend all of your 20s in like 2 really long relationships, and now you mad and you're trying to figure out what's going on when you're 35 or whatever the case may be. Like, I mean, I don't see an issue with dating because you're getting to know yourself when you're young. Society is different than it used to be. But I don't think that you should make that your, I do think that you should keep that in the forefront of your mind if you're trying to get married, because those years for a woman, like if you want to have kids and a family, like there is a cutoff date. So you don't want to waste all your time in your 20s and your early 30s, just kind of like dating a bunch of people if you want to be married. Now, if you just don't care, but if you want to be married, you absolutely need to think about that and get yourself in the position to be a healthy wife. Like some people think that it's their time to be married, but it's not, because they haven't even understood themselves and they haven't gotten their own things together. So it's like these two things have to happen at the same time. You're growing as a person, you're learning yourself, but you also need to be very proactive with your decisions as it relates to dating so that you don't end up jaded, so that you don't end up mad and trying to get through these issues when you're older and having like a really hard time and going through all these unhealthy relationships. Like it's a lot. So I think that, when you're younger, you should be as proactive as possible. But I think that a lot of people need someone to tell them that. I think that if you do it trial and error, it doesn't always end up that way. I think it's just important to let people know the path to get on
Okay,
when they're younger.
Is it the same for men and women?
No, it's not the same for men and women because, I mean, just biologically, there's the expiration date of the like reproduction situation is just not the same. So it's just inherently not the same for men and women. But I do absolutely think that men should be focused on what they're trying to do with their lives at a younger age, because there's always going to be women. Like, women are going to be there. So you could lock a woman down early or late, whatever. As a man, you can, it's always going to be, the opportunity will be there. My grandpa, rest in peace, on my dad's side, had a kid when he was like 100. Like, it's like,
What?
you can always, you can, he was like, I have a, yeah,
100?
it's a whole thing. No, he wasn't 100, but like,
Oh,
he was
okay.
like 80 something. He was like 80 something. So
Shit.
like, but a woman's not having a kid like that at 80
Natural?
something, you know? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So with one of his wives, but that's a whole different conversation. But yeah, yeah, it's not the same for men and women. Biologically, it's not the same, but men should focus on their, you know, whatever they're trying to do with their lives, because you won't lose a woman. You lose a woman when you are chasing money, but
Okay.
you'll definitely lose the money when you're chasing women. So
Anton,
you got to set yourself up.
Anton, dating with the intent to marry. How important is the dating experience?
I'm skewed because I just don't believe that men should be dating in general. I think that the way that you truly find the person that aligns with you is just to be in the presence of people that's going in a direction that you're supposed to be going in. So I don't even align with the whole idea of whether or not you should date if you're poor or you're rich or anything like that. I just think that you're always supposed to be on your purpose. And then the person that you often at times, because most of the time, most of the marriages that I see that's absolutely awesome and they last a long time is people that aligns with people that they wind up knowing for a long time, or they wind up being best friends for a long time, or they knew them since this amount of time or whatever, or I always liked them. So, you know, if you're talking about intent to marry, if you're just trying to go out and just have a good time and be, yeah, dating is just dating. Like, people date all the time and they put that name, they put that framework on it in order for them to be able to entertain being able to be with multiple people all at the same time and or whatever, so on and so forth. But when you talk about being intentional, then I don't really believe in the concept of dating as people or as we define it today, or how people are operating as far as what it is that they're looking for. I don't think that people date and then they have an intent. I think that people often at times associate themselves with the right company, and then it's easy to figure out exactly who it is that's supposed to be in your life for the rest of your life. So it's different for me.
Rilla, dating with the intent to marry. How important is the dating experience?
Yeah, you know, it's funny because as everybody was giving their answers, I was kind of like, word. And then Anton started speaking. I was like, dang, I actually agree 1000% with him, but for different reasons. Obviously, my perspective is hindsight is 2020, right? So I think that if you're a man who's on his purpose, then the person you're supposed to be with will ultimately present themselves. Again, it's the law of attraction, right? When you on your purpose and that's what you're focused on, then the person that's supposed to cross your path at the time that they're supposed to cross your path, that'll happen. I don't think it takes all of this dating and men having multiple dates and all this, you know, all these multiple relationships. I think a man needs to focus on character, integrity, developing himself. I think he needs to be well versed, maybe well traveled, you know, knowledgeable. I don't think you necessarily have to get all of that from dating, because if I had, you know, and I think a lot of brothers would say this, you know, if we had it to do over again, where we are right now would look a lot different. I'm saying for those of us who did not stay focused on our purpose when we were young, those of us who got out here and were shooting up the club, if we had stayed focused and stayed on shooting up the club is not what you think it is, Kay. I'm not talking about shooting up the club like literally shooting up the club.
I know what shooting up the club is.
Oh, really?
It's still I know what it means.
I just saw your face. I was like, why is she making that face? I'm not talking about literally airing the club out.
It still deserves the same face. Like, it's not cool to do that either, but okay.
Right. But what I'm saying is there are brothers that have done that. You know what I'm saying? And so if we were focused early on, you know what I mean, in terms of, okay, I'm with this woman and my intention is to marry her, then we move different. You know, you move different. If you focused on your purpose, you're moving completely different. And so I agree with Anton, but it's just from a hindsight is 2020 perspective. And actually, you know, some of the some of the stories that I hear when you look at couples that have been together since they were young, like high school sweethearts, or you know, they found each other really, really young and have these really strong relationships. They don't have much dating experience at all, and they learned and grew together. And dating has nothing to do with that, because actually when you're dating, it's more about you adjusting and finding out more about the other person than it is finding out about yourself. Most people say like, oh, when you're dating, you're learning what you like and what you don't like. But if you're with the person that you're supposed to be with from the jump, you're actually grooming and growing together as a unit. And optimally, that's what you would want.
I 100% agree. And as a matter of fact, me getting married at 22, the only thing that I would do different if I had to do it all over again is I probably would have got married at 18 instead of 22. I probably would have got married right out of high school. If I know what I know now, I would have got married earlier.
Oh,
I have a question
That's real-
for
that's real talk.
Anton. I have a question for Anton and Chicago-rilla, because I watch some of the manosphere sometimes, and a lot of times a lot of guys in the manosphere say the opposite of what you guys are saying. And they say something to the effect of game is necessary throughout a relationship, and you have to fine tune your game in order to keep it up in a long-term relationship. So how would a man who is getting into a long-term relationship really, really young, fine-tuning their game?
I would say that is off. That is absolutely off. Let me tell you what the difference is, because they talking about game.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even need game to be successful as a single person. You just need to be real and honest and confident. Ain't got nothing to do with game. Game in a way that the manosphere defines it is somewhat more or less, in a nutshell, just being able to communicate more effectively than somebody else in order to be able. It's almost like sales, right? We sell ourselves every single day. You sell your daughter on why it is that she need to be a good person and go to school. I'm selling my wife on why it is that she need to align. Like, it's all sales, but realistically, you only got to be, you have to be honest and transparent. Me, I'm very proactive, so I don't believe in secrets. I believe in being real. And as a matter of fact, when it comes to game, in most instances, I don't even have to say nothing. It's my actions that more or less translate into how things go and the desirability that she has and all of this other type of stuff. The game, if we really want to define it, is how you move. It don't have nothing to do with what you say and how it is that you saying it and all of this extra stuff. That's extra. That's all extra. You ain't got to do none of that. That's silly. And realistically, you just need to be on top of your game. You need, as far as like on your purpose, doing what you need to do as far as to continue to level up, focus on being the best version of you, and she'll follow you. She'll follow you 1,000%. That's silly.
yeah. Anton, I definitely agree with what you're saying, because honestly, like, that honesty is the game. Like, men who are on top of that are a lot more successful, in my experience and in my observation, than the ones that be out here lying and doing whatever. The men who are just like, you know what, you're not the only one, or whatever, they are much more successful. So a man that is extremely confident with himself and doesn't feel that fear that he's going to lose a woman, which that's what it is. If you're lying, you're scared of some consequence. Women can smell that a mile away. So if you are a man lying, that's not a turn on inherently for a woman. The truth, even if it's not the truth you want to hear, is the game. So, I mean, it's not a game, but you know what I mean. That will get you the results more so than lying and doing whatever else.
Think about it. Think about it though.
I agree.
Like, even y'all, right, as women, at any point in your life, were you more likely to be in, like, you already know, as a man, it's really your job not to mess it up. She already know if she want to sleep with you before you ever even really approach her. It's your job not to mess it up. So the more you talk, the more likely it is you're going to put yourself in a position that you don't want to be in long term. So when you talk about game, your communication is with your body language. You communicate in a lot of different ways, and people think it's about your mouthpiece. It ain't about your mouthpiece. It's about the way you move. It's your confidence. You can go up to a woman and don't have any kind of pickup lines or nothing like that. Excuse me. It's a very basic thing. Confidence, be clear, be forthcoming, and then you move. Like, it ain't that difficult. And so most guys just lack confidence. They lack they're so fearful of everything. Oh, she gonna reject me. They don't even approach women no more. And so, you know, I don't move like that. I've never had to have game. I just did what I wanted to do, understanding and expecting the result to go exactly how I felt like it was gonna go. And it went better than that. So no, you ain't gotta have no game. You just gotta do what you do.
I always suspected that game was a placeholder for confidence. So that speaks to that.
But I think what you also see in some sectors of the manosphere, not all of it, and I'm not sure who you're watching or I'm paying attention to, but you know, some of that is from brothers projecting, and some of it is brothers that are really like broken and hurt, right? So we talk about this dichotomy between, or this enmity between the modern man and the modern female and so on and so forth, right? And so most guys are moving like, man, I gotta, you know, these women are out here gaming, they out here juicing dudes, so I gotta game on her before she games on me. There's a whole MGTOW movement, there's a whole save yourself, black man movement. There's all types of movements where men are like divesting from women and more or less just use them as playthings, right? So some of that you just got to parse through it. I don't subscribe to game or manipulation, but that's not to say that I've never done it. You know, when I was younger, and you know, you do what you do, but hindsight is 2020. So that's most of the perspective I always come from. You just got to parse through that manosphere. Chew the meat, spit the bone.
Yeah, that, and you know what? Like when people lie, they attract things they don't want. Like when you're not yourself, when you're telling women lies, or if you're a woman telling men lies, you're not going to have a good situation because you're going to be stuck in this fake thing and you're going to wonder, why did you attract this person? Well, because you lied to get them. So it's just doing yourself a disservice when you are doing this game or whatever, because then you end up complaining and angry or whatever else because you chose to put this false whatever face forward or whatever to attract something that you wouldn't usually attract if you were just being yourself, open, honest, confident. So it's just I mean, I don't know, it's not what's up in my opinion.
All right, it's a good topic, y'all. If you guys are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. Make sure you guys take a moment right now to get these likes up. Also, while you at it, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Great conversation, y'all. This is the greatest show on earth. No lie, no caps. Moving on. Moving on to our next topic, which is women don't care about your feelings. Men, women do not care about your feelings. I'm gonna give an example. So if a man cheats, right, he's gonna keep his woman. If a woman cheats, It's gonna start off with cheating, and guess what? She's gonna kick her man to the curb. Women are not hardwired to operate like that. They don't operate like men. Women don't care about your feelings. Start with you, Courtney. You agree?
I do agree. And I agree because I don't think a lot of women think men have feelings. I think that a lot of women, we do a lot of things that are very hurtful to men, and we think that they can take it. Being that you are a man, I'm the woman, I have the feelings. You shouldn't care. Even with the cheating, it's completely different as far as with a woman and a man. But when we look at it, it's like, oh, he's just a dog. That's what he, that's what you're programmed to do. So, no, we don't really care about your feelings because we don't think that you necessarily have feelings. And when you do show feelings and get emotional, it's unattractive. So we don't even like seeing it. So, no. So I'm gonna have to agree with that, unfortunately.
Okay. In a relationship, marriage, women don't care about your feelings. So just in general.
I think that's absolutely false. I mean, are there some women who just don't care about people's feelings? Sure. But in general, I think that women care about people's feelings. I mean, what?
I'm talking, okay. Are you saying people or, because I'm specifically saying men, and maybe JR, that's where I thought you
No, JR did say, he said in a relationship or whatever. Okay. Like, I still think that's false. Okay. False. Because I mean, I can't think of a time where I was ever dating someone or friends with someone or whatever, any man, and I was just like, I don't care about his feelings. Like, I've never lived that life.
You wouldn't say it, but your actions would.
No, well, I've never had those actions. I'm very considerate of people. I don't just not care about a man's feelings. Like, and I'm not saying that this doesn't exist. I mean, I get what you're saying, Courtney, because some people do view men as less emotional or whatever. But we've talked about this on another show. I don't subscribe to that. I think men are emotional, women are emotional, people are emotional. So I do not. I mean, I absolutely care about men's feelings.
Are you attracted to a man that's emotional?
A man that has emotions or
that shows his emotions.
You know,
so
what
when
she's
he's
asking.
Yeah. So when he's
Anton, let her talk. Anton.
Okay. So if a man was upset and start crying, or was watching some movies and he's crying, and you're like, oh, he's really boohooing, that you would think that was sexy?
No, I don't have a fetish for tears. I wouldn't think it was sexy.
Well, but he's showing his feelings and his emotions.
Okay, but there's a difference between being okay with someone having emotions versus finding it sexy. Like, how is that even the comparison? It's okay for a man
to turn off.
I mean, it's a neutral activity. People have emotions. I just don't look at it that way.
Okay.
I mean, it's okay if you look at it differently. I just don't look at it that way.
I said, all right. You like men that are emotional.
I mean, you could put words in my mouth. That's not what I said. I just said that it's okay to have emotions. It's okay if something happens and someone cries. I mean, and I be trying to tell my man, like, you can cry. He's like, the fuck? So, I mean, I think it's just a thing that.
Wait. You're not just gonna skip past
to express. I'll tell him, like, it's okay to express how you feel about something, but
no, that's not what you said. That's not what you said.
Let me ask you something, K2.
Hold on, Court. Okay. Hold on, Court. Please hold on to that.
Okay.
What did you say to him?
I'm saying that it's okay for men to cry. I
asked you a direct question based off what you said.
I know, and I'm telling you, I've talked to my man about it being okay for men to cry, but he looks at me like FOH. Like, I've never seen him cry, but I tell him, like, it's okay for men to cry. We've had this conversation, but I get it. Men don't be out here crying like that.
You say to him, it's okay for you to cry. Is that what you say? Is that what you say?
We've not been in. I've already explained what I said. I just said what I said. We've had the conversation that it's okay for men to cry. But he
so
don't be crying.
When you say that, how does he react?
Like a man.
He'd be like, exactly. He'd be like, get the FOH. He's not with it. But I am just saying, like, you know, you could, well, I let it be known that it's always okay, and he's not with it. And it's not.
But you wouldn't be attracted to it though. You just said that, didn't you? Or
no. Why do y'all keep making up stuff that I said?
I'm asking you a question. I said, did you say that, or am I misquoting you?
You're misquoting me.
Okay,
Courtney asked me would I find it sexy or something like that, and I said it's right. And I said it's not like, oh, this is sexy or not. If a man is crying, it's just that I have space for a man that wants to have emotions. I mean, hypothetically, like, let's say, I don't know, one of my brothers, something happened. I'm not going to be like, oh, this is terrible, don't cry. Like, men get to have emotions. Like, I don't think that it's healthy to look at men as these emotionless beings. So I absolutely care about men's feelings. Like, how?
Let me ask you a specific question. Let me be more specific. If he cried regularly because he liked chick flicks, right? if he cried when he watched those type of movies, would that be an issue, or would you be cool with it because men have emotions?
If my man cried regularly, like while watching chick flicks or whatever, I would be concerned because I've never seen him cry before.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
No.
So if he suddenly started crying at chick flicks, y'all always do this. Like, you ask me a question and then change it.
It's mind blowing because you always, well, he's never. So it's
Answer the question. No. Would you find it to be an issue, not because he's never cried before? Okay. Would you find it unattractive and not up your alley if he was just a regular crier when it came to chick flicks? Hypothetically.
Okay. So yeah, I don't really hang around with anybody that's histrionic, that cries all the time about everything. I don't.
Somebody get my pistol and put it to my head and just blow my brains out, bro.
It's true.
The most insane analogy and impossible to ask. No, I'm telling you, bro. If anybody ever asks me to call a character witness, if I'm ever on trial and anybody asks me to call a character witness, I'm calling K, yo. The defense the prosecutor is dead. They can't convict me when I got K on the stand on my behalf, bro. You are in my Rolodex at the top of the list when they need to call a character witness. This is nuts, bro.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Would you be understanding to a man that, let's say, didn't feel like going to work because he's had a bad day, and then that turned into 2 days and 3 days? Would you feel sorry for him? Or would you say, get out your feelings and go to work?
Again, I would be extremely concerned about that. I would be concerned. I care about men's feelings. If hypothetically a man that used to go to work is just like, hey, I'm not going for 5 days in a row, I would be concerned. I'm not just gonna be like, get up and get out your feelings. I'm gonna be like, what's wrong?
I don't feel like it. I just don't feel like going to work.
I would find, like, Courtney, think of it this way. Let's say me and you are friends, we're hanging out, right? And we're both.
Where'd you get that sound effect?
He's enlisted random cats into the situation. But like, let's say me and you are friends, we're hanging out.
Hello, motherfucker.
Okay. Let's say me and you are friends, we're hanging out, and we hang out every weekend, right? If suddenly I stopped wanting to hang out for like 3-4 weekends in a row, aren't you going to be concerned? Like, that's my thought about it. If there's a man who whether it
Yeah.
be right. That's
But
my
this is the
thought.
reason why, because you're a woman and I know you're emotional. But let's just say I was dating a man and he ghosts me. I'm not gonna be like, oh, what's wrong with him? I'm gonna figure he don't want me no more.
No, I was drawing the parallel to the thing that you just said about like a man who usually goes to work and now he doesn't want to go anymore for 3, 4, 5 days. I'm gonna be very concerned. I'm gonna be worried. I'm gonna ask him what's wrong. I'm gonna try to get to the bottom of it. I'm not just gonna say get up and go to work. Like, I'm just gonna be like, you know what? This is out of character. I'm concerned about you. What's
How many
going
days
on?
can you take off of work and not bring home money for you to then say, hey, get up and go to work?
How many? I care about men's feelings. At the end of the day,
Really?
I care.
JR's on one today.
I don't understand. And then in the same instance, y'all will turn around and be like, black men kill themselves. Like, but then y'all are talking like this. Like, I don't understand how this is okay to not be concerned about men's mental health and feelings, but then on the other hand be laughing. Like, I don't get that. That's just
you
not
don't
me.
care about my feelings because you sitting here taking me around the ringer, making me frustrated by not answering the question. I don't believe you, yo. That is, yo,
Anton, you know I care about your feelings. This is not too much for you. You're fine based on what I know about you. If this was really hurting your feelings, I would be concerned.
I just told my chick to get me the pistol. I'm going offline.
Tell her I said hi.
All right, Danielle, women don't care about your feelings.
So I understand completely where Kay is coming from. Okay. I think that all women's first reaction to this type of thing is going to be, of course I care, because it's antithetical to our upbringing as little girls to assume or think that we wouldn't want to be a nurturing person for that man. We want to be the one to fix the problems and nurture the emotions. But just like Kay said, Black men in general, suicide rates are sky high. That's for a reason. The reason is people don't care about their feelings. So it goes hand in hand. Like, but what they're saying, but I think it's not just because people don't care about their feelings. It's also because our culture has eliminated masculinity and the promotion of men and men coming together.
It's because women have been raising men, and this is the result of it.
Yeah, I think it's all working together. I think the root cause of how women got in that power position is also the source of why we see it in our media. So I think they go together.
I agree with that. With that.
So I think it's what we want. We want to care, and we want to say, because it makes us look bad. If we sit here and say, oh, you going through something, I don't care. It makes us just inherently look bad. Nobody wants to admit that. But the truth is, I mean, you see it a lot. You could watch, I don't know if anyone watches Married at First Sight of the ladies, but they just had a season where there was a Black couple, Karen and Miles, and the brother was suffering with depression. And the girl literally got his name before they got married and said, oh, I seen him on Instagram. He's on his stories talking about his feelings all the time. He's not my type.
But he had enough time. He did not have enough time to sign up for the show.
Right.
He should have been signing up for therapy. He should have been signing up for therapy. I don't want to hear that, bro. I don't want to hear it. I am unsympathetic when it comes to people when they decide to do things intentionally as grown folks. I don't want to hear that crap, yo. And I understand that there are some extreme cases or there are some other cases, whatever, so on and so forth. But I'm saying that, yo, don't sign up for the show talking about I want to be married at first sight and then be complaining about it when you should have been signing up for therapy to get yourself together. I don't want to hear it.
No, I completely agree. And you'll see that when the woman, Karen, tells him, I'm uncomfortable with how much you're expressing your emotions, he's coming in with a blanket over his head, like in his feelings, like, oh, nurture me right now. And it's on camera. I'm sure as a woman, she's like, oh, this puts the burden of like being the strength on me in this moment. And this represents our family to the world. That's embarrassing for a woman. That's just the truth of it. So as much as you want to nurture that, it just goes against the core nature of most women.
And how could you let that lead you?
Right.
You can't, if someone can't lead off emotions. So you have to use logic. And if you are emotional, something happened, then logically you need to figure out how to.
Emotional. I don't even want to be around a woman that's crying all the time. Yo, I'm like, yo, get this chick from around me. Like, I don't want to see tears all the time. Yo, so every time something happened to you, you crying. So we watching The Prince of Egypt. I love The Prince of Egypt. And she cries every single time we watch The Prince. Come on, man. I'm not doing it, bro. Get me out of there. Get me out of there, bro. I can't do it.
Rilla, women don't care about your feelings. What are your thoughts?
Anton, don't be hating on Joseph like that, man. I love The Prince of Egypt too, man.
I love The Prince of Egypt, bro. It's one of my favorite countries.
I see you in your Jesse Lee Peterson energy, man. You gotta switch from the hoodie and get you one of them tight fitting polos, bro.
Man.
Hey, yeah, man. The answer to that question is, by and large, no, they do not care about your feelings. And we see this in a number of spaces. So earlier today, I'll give you an example. Earlier today, I made a post in our group, and in it, I kind of was telling women, like, I don't think y'all realize how bad it is out here, and that the brothers are really frustrated. And there was a sister, and if she's in the chat, she can comment on it. But there was a sister in the group that said, hey, what I'm hearing from a lot of women is that we don't care about y'all frustrations. Or they don't care. They don't care. She didn't say we. So they don't care about your frustrations. And she added some context to it. But the fact that it was women don't care. You know, if you go to, if we, you know, with the observable eye, look at, you know, some of these the nastiest arguments that you see between couples. Who's the first person that usually goes for the jugular and use something, a secret you might have told, or something that you confided in?
Can't dance. That's what Rihanna, and what my man, the comedian, said. That's what Rihanna told Chris Brown. Man. That's what made get angry. That's why you can't dance.
Yeah, dog, man. I mean, and then think about it, man. You look at even you know, some of these instances where you look at family court, right? You look at family court and you look at what some of these you know, the mothers go for in child support, or even when they enforcing child support. Like I remember on one channel I was watching, the brother was telling a story about how this woman got married, and she was well off. She was married to a millionaire, but the father of her child was behind on child support. She kept taking him to court, and not because she needed the money. She kept taking them to court because they had a bad breakup. And then when the judge asked him, because he kept putting them in jail, he said, well, I don't want to keep throwing you in jail. So why can't you pay the child support? Man pulled out his whole bottom jaw, said, I can't work, I'm on disability. So when we look at these,
and I know he put out his whole bottom what?
The whole bottom jaw, his whole bottom joint. He had been a veteran. I think he said he fought in Iraq or something like that, in Afghanistan. He fought in the war, and you know, he was disabled basically. And woman didn't care, man. She wanted to punish him, right? So you know, you look at these, and again, I know they extreme, but by and large, just with the observable eye, the answer to that question is women don't care. And I agree with Courtney too. It's mainly because they think that men don't have feelings or emotions, and that they can pile it on. You know, what are you gonna do? You can't hit me. What are you gonna do? What, you know? And
until
women
I do.
Women are cut it out, man. You're gonna start a whole. You're gonna start a whole nother.
You want the back or the front? Which one out of my hand do you want?
I mean, but you get into a verbal joust with the women, and you know they like scalpel with that with the word play. So I don't care about your feelings.
No, you made some good points too, Rilla.
I agree with you, bro. I'm just messing around, but I agree with you, Rilla.
you know, a lot of women use their child against their man. So I'm going to hurt you enough where I'm going to take your seed and you're not going to see him because you've made me mad. And that happens a lot. These are not just isolated issues. It happens a lot. So no, women don't care.
Well, you guys, before we continue, make sure you guys hit the like button and also make sure you guys subscribe. But as we come to a close, I wanted to kind of bring this up. Father's Day is around the corner, and I definitely wanted to talk about how important are the fathers. How important are the fathers? And you guys definitely started highlighting on some of the points, so I thought it was necessary to bring it up right now. We do have a lot of women that are bitter because the relationship cannot work. And I believe wholeheartedly that it is important for the father to be not only in the boy's life, but his girl's life, princess life, his daughter's life. You guys have to get over whatever it is that you guys have going on and realize that the child needs both parents. It don't have to be in the same household, but the child needs both parents. So whatever it is that you guys have to do, you know, figure it out. If he's not paying child support, don't fight him for it. If he decides to pay, then let him pay. If not, then oh well. But don't hold that against that man for wanting to father this child. So as we bring this up, how important are the fathers? I just wanted you guys to share your opinion about it because I think that you guys' opinion are necessary when it comes to this topic. Father's Day is right around the corner, and you guys have an opportunity out there listening to make a change. So let's talk. I'm gonna start with you, Danielle. How important are the fathers? We're gonna take calls.
Oh, okay.
How important are the fathers, Danielle?
I think fathers are the pinnacle of society. They're essential and more important than mothers, in my opinion. Like Kevin Samuel says, single fathers tend to raise better children overall, have better outcomes than single mothers. So just on that raw data, you can tell that, you know, fathers in the parental scheme of things have more worth value than mothers do, regardless of what society wants to say. And I would go as far to say as the reason you see such a disrespect of fathers in culture, in the media, is because of how dangerously effective good fatherhood can be. And I think specifically in the Black community, they don't want strong fatherhood to be represented too much because that will just bolster our ability as a community to gain capital and to be better and to nation build. So I think that it goes right to the effect of the father. I mean, we all know the Great Society Act and welfare and how, you know, our community was systematically attacked through the impact of the father. So.
Okay, Father's Day is right around the corner. This is a great conversation right now. How important are the fathers?
I can't even describe how important the fathers are. Like, absolutely vital to a strong family, vital to a strong community. Absolutely needed. A lot of times people think like, oh, boys need their fathers. Girls need their fathers too. Like, fathers are so important. I can't even describe how important it is. Just, I mean, extremely important. And I think that a lot of people don't see the importance or maybe downplay the importance if they maybe didn't grow up with an active father, or if they didn't see those types of examples in their lives, which, I mean, that's some people's experience, but extremely important. Like, I can't even say it enough.
Okay. Courtney,
Mm-hmm.
how important are fathers?
Piggyback on both the ladies. I mean, absolutely important. And I think a lot of us that grew up without a father, we didn't realize how important they were. We didn't realize the deficit that we have when our fathers was missing. We don't realize that a lot of our issues comes from not having a father there. So they're extremely important for structure, extremely important, for girls to be treated as such, so they know what to expect from a man, from boys, because they're taught how to be a man from their fathers. Like even with my story, I got back with my father 6-7 years ago. But for a long time, I felt like I didn't want him. And even though he was still trying to get in my life, I was like, you was never there. Why do I need you, at 30 when you wasn't there in my teenage years? But it wasn't until he got back in my life where it was like, man, I missed out, but I'm so blessed to have you now because I still need you. I still need you. I'm going to need you, forever. You're my father. I look up on you. I ask for your advice. You help me around the house when need be, little stuff like that, just to, he still treats me like a little girl sometimes, and I appreciate it. So, no, I absolutely adore my father and my stepdad. My stepdad stepped in when my dad wasn't there, and so I was blessed that I had a male, in the house. So Father's Day come around, I bless my dad and my stepdad. They're both important to me, and I love them to death.
Okay, that's what's up.
I want to add. I mean, Courtney said something that I thought was really important. I mean, I think that fathers are not necessarily given enough credit, and I think that a lot of people who didn't grow up with their father don't realize the importance, right? But like Courtney was able to see that as she's, grown and, reconnected with her dad. And I think that a lot of times those fractured relationships with fathers, especially, with boys or girls, but in a different way with girls, because I think that a lot of decisions that I've made, and I'm not saying I'm perfect. I've done a lot of things that were just like not on the up and up, but just that respect that I have for my dad prevented me from doing so many things. Like I can't even thank him enough. Like just thinking about what my dad would think about certain things stopped me from doing things. Like even if it's something me and my dad never talked about, just that aspect of knowing that if he knew about this, or if I talked to him about this, or if he found this out or whatever, it prevented like a lot of things that I could have done. So I think that, the direct communication with your dad is extremely important, as well as just that structure being there where you have your dad to respect, where you're like, you know what? I don't know. My dad wouldn't like this, or whatever the case may be. Like, it's like a little voice in your head. So it's extremely important. And I think sometimes people don't realize it, but it is just so important.
Okay. Chicago Rilla, how important are the fathers? How important are the fathers?
Man, I'm trying to relax and not go on a rant, but listen, first off, shout out to all the fathers. Shout out to all the fathers in the chat. And I know there's a lot of conversation going on online right now around stepfathers, but shout out to the stepfathers too. Shout out to the stepfathers that are able to come in. And I get it. I know it's viewed as a dishonorable thing to raise another man's kids, man. That's a heavy load because it's a thankless job. It's a thankless job a lot of times for some of those stepfathers. Now, JR, happy Father's Day to you, and Anton, happy Father's Day to you too.
Appreciate it.
How important are the fathers, man? The fathers, a lot of times we look at this this matriarchy, and we give a lot of credit to women, our mothers, and rightfully so. But the men are the bedrock. The men are the foundation. The men. One thing I definitely agree with Jesse Lee Peterson is when he talks about God over man, man over woman, woman over child. Right. That's the order. That is the order we should be up on. And if we understood that, women would understand the role that father plays in that child's life. Whether it worked out with you, like optimally, yeah, you would want it to work out. Sometimes it doesn't. It's like JR said, man, don't prevent that man from being a father to his child. Danielle, I know you was hitting on something with the child support earlier, but one thing that I think about when it comes to child support is that that's a $51 billion industry, $51 billion. And that's driving a huge wedge for why people don't want to see good fathers in the home. It's a money maker.
Okay.
And so the provides structure, he provides discipline, and he provides resources. And so all those things are needed to raise that child in the way that he should go, or she.
Okay. Anton, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. How important are fathers?
I think that everybody pretty much summed it up. I just think that fathers are the foundation of every great household, and often at times I don't think that they get enough credit. I don't want to see nobody giving ties for Father's Day. I don't want to see nobody giving out a belt for Father's Day. I want y'all to have some better gifts. Don't give out no slippers. Yeah, no socks,
Hey,
no
Anton.
slippers.
Anton.
None of that.
Bro. No mothers wishing themselves happy Father's Day either.
Right.
Listen, that is the corniest thing ever, bro. But yeah, I think that everybody pretty much summed it up pretty well. I'm not gonna add any additional context. You guys did a great job as far as talking about the importance. I think really hit it when he said the fathers are the bedrock of, you know what I'm saying, of every single household, especially when you start to identify it as man over woman, woman over child, and the whole context behind it. So I don't have any additional thing to add. I'm not just gonna talk for the sake of talking. I rock with all of that.
Yeah.
Can I add something, JR?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to go off what Chicago was saying about how mothers are, both Anton and Chicago were talking about how mothers are given a little bit more than fathers are. And I think that I was talking to my husband about this today, and I think it comes down to consumerism a lot of the time. I think that the reason that Mother's Day is such a big deal over Father's Day has less to do with the importance of mothers and more to do with the fact that the companies who are selling those things know that women are the main consumers and are going to want things, material things specifically. So they advertise in that vein. And that's really what it's about. So I was talking to my husband, don't take it as an insult, because really the reason it's not given towards you is because men are the more pragmatic and rational buyers. So it's actually a compliment if the media isn't gearing that to you, in my opinion. And also, the reason some of us don't give fathers a big lavish gift is because we don't control the bank account and our men see all the purchases. So it wouldn't be a surprise. That's all I'm saying about that.
Y'all shop for yourself. I want to. I'm not going for it. I'm not going for it this time. Not in 2021. Year of the modern woman. We not going for it.
All right, you guys. I know we was talking about dating with the intent to marry, but I kind of want. I have some little more questions I have for you guys. So let's talk dating real quick. You guys got time? Sure you do. All right. What age? I'm gonna go around real quick, and then we're gonna dive into it a little bit. What age should you begin to consider marriage? I'm gonna start with you, Kay. Your opinion. What age should you consider? Should you begin to consider marriage?
Consider. I mean, when you're a teenager,
I just need the age. I just need the age.
Consider probably when you're like 18, but I don't think you should necessarily get married at that age as a woman. But definitely you should be considering it as soon as you get into dating age.
Okay.
Like,
Courtney, what age should you consider marriage?
I think it's on the parents to groom your kids for marriage. So with my daughter, I'm grooming her to be a wife. She's in charm school. She takes ballet. We're going to put her in cello to get her cultured. Like I said, so I'm grooming her now. Okay. So she's going to be focused on that. So therefore, when she knows when she goes to college, she's prepared, and she's going to be different from majority of women that's not as cultured as her.
Okay. Kind of answered my second question a little bit, but Danielle, what age should you begin considering marriage?
For women, I believe 19, 20. I think that's good. I think 18 is okay, but I think that there should be at least like some time of vetting people and courting before jumping into a marriage. But
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you should get married at 18, but
I know you said that, Kay. We got
yeah,
you.
I know. I was just because she said,
Nah,
JR, what's going on today? Because
I'm just trying to get around. We know I got some more questions, so I'm just trying to get around, baby girl.
Look,
All right. Anton, real quick, what age did you consider marriage, in your opinion?
18.
Okay. So then
The
follow
minute
up.
that you start considering having sex is the minute that you should start considering getting married.
Okay. So the follow up question that I had was, what advice would you give your son and daughter about dating versus marriage? Start with you, Danielle.
so I have a son, and I would give my son the advice that you want to always look at where a young lady is coming from, her background. And that's where I think experience, maybe not necessarily dating, formally, but just having experiences with a diverse array of people will show you that, okay, the experiences, the conditioning, the upbringing people have has something to do with how they will react in relationship with me. So my advice to my son will be, look at how you were raised, look at the people that you have around you, look at the tax bracket of the people around you. And when you're going to look for suitable dating partners, women, you need to be looking for people who meet the expectations that you have, that you had growing up.
Anton, what advice would you give your son and your daughter about dating versus marriage?
I would tell them that, or I tell them that I don't believe in dating at all, and to marry a best friend. Marry a best friend. That's pretty much it. Marry a best friend. And I don't believe in dating because I think that people that date just waste time. And align yourself. Put yourself in the company of people that's going in the direction that you're going. Don't date based off of the looks. Don't date based off of love. Don't subject yourself to any of that foolishness and nonsense. Align yourself with people and be in good company. You are the person that you surround yourself with, and to always keep great company and marry your best friend.
All right. Kay, what advice would you give your son and your daughter about dating versus marriage?
I would tell them that, like I think we were talking about earlier, dating is more so just a short thing. Don't spend your whole youthful years just dating people and all of this stuff. Definitely look for someone who is a good friend, like Anton said. Look for the qualities that have been instilled in you. The things that have been put into you from your parents are qualities that you should look for in a mate, and definitely run those people by the parents. I mean, this is all hypothetical, but I'm assuming that's what I would say to my child.
Okay. Courtney, same question. What advice would you give your son and daughter about dating versus marriage?
The goal is marriage, not dating, not flings. It's marriage. So for my son, his dad would have to teach him how to be a great leader and how to be a provider, because that's your role in the marriage, and that's what you focus on. For my daughter, I'm going to teach her your role as a wife, and that's your number one priority. So let's focus on how we're going to make you into a good wife. So you're going to be smart. I want to make sure she's physically fit. I want to make sure that she understands what submission is and what being a lady is, and being friendly and sweet, and being meek. So that's what I would teach her. I would teach her how to become a wife, is those particular qualities. And for my son, his dad would teach him how to provide for the home.
Okay. I got 3 more questions. I'm not going to go around. So if you guys have something that you want to chime in, if you guys want to respond and answer it, then feel free to to do. Just let the other person finish. I see you guys down there. I'm gonna bring you guys up. We'll be there shortly. And if you guys wanted to come on, make sure you refresh your browsers and you'll see the link that's available if you guys want to come up. And we'll be bringing you guys up shortly. The question I want to pose to the panel is: are people using multi-dating as a cope to not get hurt?
Are people using like dating multiple people at the same time?
Yeah. So, you know,
as in like having a backup plan. I can see that. I can see that. But I also think from a man's perspective, it's so many women out here, man. There's so many women out here, and there's a lot of them that's available. So the man is gonna do what he's gonna do, which is, I don't think it's a coping mechanism as to not get hurt. I can see that from both angles, man. I can see that for women too. I can't necessarily see it from men per se though, because I think men are just they're dating because they're women available. I don't know.
I don't think it's necessarily always like a conscious choice that people make, but I think a lot of people do have like a deep-rooted fear of being vulnerable. And if you are dating multiple people, that kind of alleviates, I guess, some of that fear for some people. So I can definitely see that people would do that to prevent themselves from being hurt or whatever the case may be.
Is it almost like a Build-A-Bear situation, okay? Where you get a little bit from this person, and then you get a little bit from that person, and you get a little bit from that person, and you're building your perfect person. That's what I think of when I was in Atlanta.
I think people do that too, for sure.
Or because they just hoes. Like, I don't know why we mince
around the word.
They for the streets, and the pavement pounders are doing what they do. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I think some people just don't care. Yeah, I mean, if you want to call them whatever, but I think some people just don't think of it that way.
Say it with me now.
I'm not gonna say that.
But finish the sentence.
No.
All right, you guys. The next question I want to pose to the panel, and again, anybody is free to answer this question. If a woman circles back on a question, is that a red flag? If a woman circles back on a question, is that a red flag?
No.
Yes, it is, because Kay do it all the time.
No, it's not. Because then people will be mad. Because then people will be mad if you don't answer the right way or whatever. Like, I think it's always good to get clarity on anything you need clarification on. I will never think that's a bad thing to do. I don't care who you are, how old you are. If you want clarity on something, ask, because it's better
you
than
didn't hear the question the first time. Is what I'm wondering.
It's not a red flag.
It is, because it's buying them time to try to think and try to come up with a reason or
you're projecting. That's not what it always is doing.
Let me tell you why. The truth is very easy to just answer right off the bat.
Oh,
like if I ask you how old you are, you're not gonna say how old am I, unless
right.
Unless you really don't want to tell me how old you are. I
completely understand that. I know what you mean in that instance. Even Case Roaches. Look, I completely understand what you mean in terms of those types of questions. I thought that he was talking about, like, questions that we talk about on the show.
No, I'm just talking about
a simple question.
How is it any different?
Like, Anton, if you were like, do you have kids? And I was like, oh, what do you mean? Or something, then like that's an issue.
That's a red flag, because either A, I don't want to answer that I got kids.
Exactly.
Or it's still a red flag, but I perfectly understand the question.
Exactly. But if you ask me something more abstract and I say, okay, can you clarify what you mean? That's not a red flag. So I get what you're saying. We were just thinking about different types of questions. Don't make that face, Anton. I'm just so tired
Anybody
of
else
you.
want to respond to that question?
I ain't even been the one that's been getting him. JR is the one that keep the heat on you tonight, so it ain't even got nothing to
Yeah,
do.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I hate that. I do not like that.
Let's talk about moist.
I hate that word.
JR, I will say that women are very indecisive a lot of the time. So I think if it has to do with a multiple choice question and a preference for something mundane like, oh, what do you want to eat right now? I'll tell you this. There's a lot of times where like my husband will be like, what do you want from Uber Eats or something like that? And I'll be like, hold on, I got to look and see what's up. Ask me in 30 minutes because I got to see, because I have to know. I can't answer unless I know exactly what's there.
Different.
Okay, but I mean, you have to be specific though, because some people will think like, oh, I know, it's obvious. But
I'm with you, Danielle. There's different types of questions that require different amounts of thought.
No.
I think in the moments where you would assume a woman would be indecisive, you will know, okay, that's not a red flag.
Exactly.
But any other moment.
Okay, so we're not talking about pizza or burger, right? Like
but men complain about that. They're like, oh, women, they never decide.
I'll give you an example. If I say, how many men you been with? That's the perfect question that you can notice a red flag that comes along with women and how they answer. It's very clear. That's easy. Look at Kay. She confused. Kay confused right now?
No, I'm not confused. Stop doing this to me. I am not confused. I didn't even say anything. Look.
Okay. How many men you slept with?
I know that you don't think that this is a question that I'm going to answer.
That is not a multiple choice question.
I know you don't. I mean, you know me better than this. Like you know that this is not a question.
All right, so final question. And again, I see you guys at the bottom. We're definitely going to bring you up right after this question. The last question is, should deal breakers and expectations be said on the first date? Should deal breakers and expectations be said on the first date? Okay.
No, not the first date. No, I think the first date is just to get a feel of the person. Like you don't want to have like a PowerPoint presentation on your first date. I mean, because it might not even be worth going through. Like you are just seeing if this is even somebody you want to see again on the first date. I don't think that you should do all that on the first date. First date should be pretty laid back and chill, in my opinion.
All right. Somebody else can chime in. Anybody else want to?
I'll say for me and my husband, there were deal breakers that were exchanged. Now, me and my husband actually met on online dating. I don't know if anyone heard of Soul Swipe before. That's where we met.
Is it Soul Swipe?
Soul Swipe.
You know what she messed up my joke so bad by saying the site that she met at. That was a perfect setup, bro. And she messed up my whole sink, line, and swimmer. But go ahead.
But yeah, so we talked about if we were interested in marriage in our messages before we first met. And for me, that was really important. Now, I'm not sure. Here's the thing. I don't think you need to talk to them about every little preference you have. But if it's something is categorized as a deal breaker, then you're wasting your time if you don't know. That's how I feel.
See,
what is Soul Swipe? What is
see,
I'm not about to slip over this.
Power up or something.
Is it Soul Swipe?
It's Soul Swipe.
I think Black Tinder.
Yeah, it's black.
But is it
black
for like
Tinder,
for like a specific type of black people? Is it like You gotta be dashikis.
No. I would say.
Nobody got time for that.
Okay. No. All right. Let me ask this question: do the men wear shoes? And do all the women wear black soap?
What I will
Where
say
black
is.
soap? Oh my goodness.
What I will say
I
is,
just want to know.
it's less. It was less. It was less Black Planet and more LinkedIn. I'll say that. Okay.
Man.
Look this
There
up.
people
As long as these chicks ain't, these chicks that decide
It's
that
called
they
what?
don't want to wear
What is it called again?
deodorant.
So
It was
what?
called Soul Swipe.
Look at JR trying to download it.
I know. They're downloading it right now. About to be on there. What
Soul
it do,
Black
baby?
Dating. It's on Google Play. Soul
That's
finds you
crazy.
black locals to match, chat, and
I
meet
ain't
there
never
by
had
simply
that
swiping
before.
left and right. Soul Swipe is a
Black
revolutionary
Tinder.
way to
Yeah.
meet other black people around.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I
And they
had.
got 2 stars too. They got a
Good
rating of a
experience.
1.4.
No, but
I can't speak for the recent activity. Okay, this was a couple of years ago.
Soul Swipe is a new Tinder app. Like,
Yeah, so-
You know what? With that question, I assume that there's been some conversations before you even go on the date. So, like, I don't know. That's why I think the first date should just be kind of chill and fun. Because unless it's a blind date, you've probably talked to them in some kind of way before you went. You know.
I'm just saying, like, these chicks that decide not to wear deodorant, dog.
Oh no!
Why is
No.
this your biggest like?
No.
Angela, you've
What's
been
going
talking
on with these chicks?
about this since the first show I came on. You've been talking about the deodorant situation.
Oh no!
They don't think about it. Think about it. They don't wear. Look, this is the prototype. They don't wear deodorant. They got them bowls that make sounds.
I have one of those. It's a
They-
singing bowl.
A sound bath.
A singing bowl.
I don't know what these are.
They got crystals. You know, they got them super crystals and stuff. Dog, like the men don't wear shoes. And
You know what?
You know how the men how guys today, like, your clothes is a little bit more fitted and your pants is a little bit more tapered and stuff. Like, all of the men's pants are like, they not like a canvas, they like a flowing thing. So when they
Linen?
walking and they
Like
don't
linen.
wear, they
Linen.
linen. And when they don't wear shoes, like the bottom of their pants do like this against they ankles and stuff like that. It's the craziest thing that I ever seen in my life, bro. And I don't understand it, bro. But,
Speaking
hey,
of
listen,
crystals,
if y'all don't want to wear deodorant, then that's cool with me. I don't care.
Oh no! Deodorant's necessary.
all right, you guys, before we bring on the people from the audience, make sure you guys get the likes up and make sure you guys subscribe. My bad. Welcome, E Black. What's going on, man? First as usual. E Black,
We already knew.
he was the first person to pop up.
me and Courtney made a bet.
Yeah, trigger.
Hey, you know, you got to bet big money on me, man. But hey, I want to say a shout out to Rilla. You know, congratulations. You know, I just want to know what Aaron Hall is going to sing in the wedding. Like, are you going to like do the Johnny Gill thing down the line? Are you,
Really is not impressed.
can we get a playlist? Are you gonna like be in a white tux and just like?
Really is not impressed.
Okay, where you go, Kay?
Oh, because I had a question for Kay too.
Oh, that was a good one, E. I'm gonna give you that one.
Did you see JR with his hat off?
Have I ever seen JR with his hat off? No, I don't think so.
Okay. I was just making sure.
What?
Because
You look regular.
Because you know you get real comfortable when you take that hat off and put it like, you know.
See, JR, look what
You
you
look
did.
regular.
Look what you have done. Now you got people asking these questions.
All right, man. But yo, man, it's a great show. What's up, Anton? What's up, Jay? Cousin Courtney, Danae, Kay, and Rilla, man. You know, it's all love. You know, y'all had a really good show. This was really, really, really a good show. I guess like what I want to talk about is the submission part. I think I just got literally a panel talking about me about submissive wife. And I was just like, yo, my wife loves to be submissive. She changed her whole game. She just, and it is not like a negative thing. And it's just like, I don't know what it is with this word. I don't know if they can make another word or whatever it is, but modern women just do not want to compete in today's day and age for their man. And they don't have the same values. It's like they were saying, like, I was telling him, I was like, I look forward to taking out the trash. There's certain things that I look forward to as a man doing, and she looks forward to doing it as a woman. And it doesn't mean that she's, any more burdened than anything. We're just doing things that are making each other more, happier and making each other feel better. So, I don't know.
But E-Black, did you say that word? Were you like, hey, so you trying to be submissive? Like, was that a conversation, or did things just happen the way they happened?
See, that's too much information, but we've had conversations about, our roles.
But did you use that word?
Yeah.
Tell him I said what up.
Who? Who's you talking about?
Tell him I said what up.
Tell who? Who is you talking about, bro?
Yo, man.
My man. You need to relax, my guy. You first of all, why are you trying to tell another dude you said what's up, man? I don't know what you got. See, Anton is like that Moonlight dude, that bully. He used to be a thug bully in high school, and now he's taking trips to like miscellaneous places and stuff, trying to find himself. Moonlight.
All right, well, just tell me this: which one of y'all is the wife? Is it you or is it him?
Is these nuts, nigga? What the fuck is you talking about?
Yeah.
Which one of y'all get spooned that night? Who the front spoon and who the back spoon?
What's going on, Terry Jones? Welcome to the show. How you doing?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great show, you guys. Real, I think you and I exchanged some communication in the group earlier today.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Good to see you also. I really enjoy your all's content. I just want to say really quickly as it relates to the fathers. I am a 54-year-old woman, but I will say even now, my dad plays such a huge role in my life, largely because he wasn't there. And now that he has, I didn't realize how much it had affected me. And I thought that I had, worked through those things until it was time for my wedding, which was a couple of years ago. And I needed him to do something for me. And instead of him doing it for me, he did what he wanted to do for him. And as a daughter, for me, it made me feel like my needs were not important to you even now, as a 52-year-old woman. But we worked through that. But I want to go back about 10, 15 years. I was having some really bad relationship situations, and I confided in my father, and he, talking about the crying. My father is an old school hustler, and I think you all know what that means. So my father doesn't cry, but he cried then, and he said he apologized to me, and he said, if I would have been a better father to you, I think you would have made different decisions in dating. And that was the first time my father ever came and was that vulnerable to me to apologize, because the first man that a woman falls in love with is her father. And she even falls in love with him when he is not there. So fathers are tremendously important. And not just the money. The money's important, you need that, but it's not just the money. And again, my daughter is married now, and she's married to a wonderful young man. You all talked about dating. Well, they dated with marriage in mind, and she was ahead of it before her mom was ahead of it. So they're married now, and she's a wife. And Courtney, you're talking about your daughter being cultured. Again, I had to do a lot of that on my own because I was a single mother. But I was in the military, so I made sure my daughter was in ballet. We went to ballets every year, the museums. Traveled. So when she did meet her husband, she had done all of those things beforehand, so she didn't feel like she was missing out on anything, and she was ready to be a wife. So I've said all that to say I really enjoy you all's content. Thank you for the opportunity to be on, and you all keep doing the good work.
All right, thank you. We definitely appreciate the support.
Thank you.
All right.
That was awesome. And I'll say this too. I think a lot of times when the father is not there, the kid looks and internalizes it. So with me, I thought something was wrong with me. Not looking at him, but it was like, what's wrong with me that my dad doesn't want to be there? And that projected in a lot of other relationships where it was, my dad didn't love me enough to say, so why would you? So yeah, dads are important.
What's going on, Sheree? Welcome to the show.
She took my notes that I was giving her on my last show. Okay, Sheree, I see.
No glasses.
Yep.
Oh, we can't. You on mute? Let me take you off mute.
You got me.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. You funny. I definitely. So check it out. I was thinking like, okay, the show is tonight, right? First, I want to say hi to everybody. I like, hey everybody, how are you guys doing?
Hola.
Danielle, I rock with you. I just want to let you know because you've been with this your second time. Yeah, I rock with what you got going on. Kay, you get some good points tonight. I love what you just talked about tonight. All right, cool. So, Anton, I was thinking to myself like before, because I know I'm going to want to call in. Should I take these glasses off or not? Should I put in these contacts? Let me do it. Let me go ahead and put them in just for Anton. And then I was like, you know what? I'm let me take it another step further. I'll put on your hat for you too. So
Sheree about to make her way into being a guest on the Anton Daniels After Hour show on Monday night. I see you, Sheree. Okay.
Pull up on me. Pull up. Ouch.
Yes. I took those tips, sir. But I came in here. I want to say happy second, because I said hi. But second, I want to say happy Father's Day to all the fathers in here. You guys,
appreciate it.
You guys are definitely much needed. I think my father didn't realize how much he was needed. He didn't understand it, and he and I are able to have conversations today and now, because he came out of nowhere and was like, you know what, I got to do this. And I was reluctant. And my grandfather he's the reason why me and my father has a relationship now, because my grandfather was not as good as a father as my father was. So he took after his father, unfortunately. But I wanted to say something about the dating. A lot of what you were saying tonight, Anton, I won't say actually, because I rock with you a lot. You were saying a lot of stuff on point. Like,
I'll be spitting them facts. They don't be wanting to hear it. They don't be wanting to hear it, but when you get through the jokes, it's facts.
It is. It's like, I don't believe in dating either. It's kind of funny because my friends tease me because they'll call me and be like, so who you're courting now, right? Because I'll be sitting here like, I don't know who I'm in courtship with. I just be hanging with people kind of, and like, if we have some kind of bond, then I'll continue to hang with you. It's just I haven't found anybody that I could continue to hang with until we get married, because I don't really look at dating. I look at the minute that we go on a date, it's an investment. Because I look like dating, paying for a date on a woman is an investment. So that's how I view it. So it's kind of weird. When I started coming up with that concept, I couldn't even imagine dating anymore. It sounded so weird to me. But I wanted to say this too, sir. I got a surprise for you, sir.
For Mr. who? Chicago or for Anton?
What?
Okay, that's for Chicago.
Oh, it's JR.
Hey, what's up?
So check this out.
That's dope. Yo, that's dope.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Check this out, though. It's not mine. It's my cousin's. Apparently, I didn't know. I looked at your IG and I saw you had it, and it said collab with Lavish, and Lavish is my boy. He done been at the crib and everything. That's my boy.
Oh yeah, that's my guy,
man.
man.
Clubs together and everything. Yeah.
All right.
It's. I thought it was funny when I saw it. I was like,
the small world.
Aren't you talking? man, I was like, wow, ain't that something?
That's super dope. That's dope, Sheree.
But I know, right? Yeah, I was like, now I gotta get one for myself because, like I said, that's my cousin's, that's not mine. But yeah. So
I like that. I like that look, Sheree. Make sure you keep that look.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep that look. I like that.
Don't say that.
He on you.
We gotta groom them. We gotta make sure they what they need to be. Looking good. I like that.
Oh my goodness.
When she come back, she's gonna have on some pink lipstick next. All right, we definitely appreciate you, Sheree. All right, Sheree.
No problem. Moist. Y'all keep doing your thing. I love the show.
All right, that's that moist talk. Call it hashtag. We got banana split last week. We got moist talk this week. All right. Look at this. Hey, turn the fan on.
I like it. I like the way she looks. She look good. She look good. You got to give her credit where credit is due. She look great. I like that.
That's right. Put that fan on. Cool off a little bit.
Thank you. Cool. Okay, listen. What? I take the compliments and I keep it going. That's it. I'm kind of, it's not to brag, but I'm gonna boast a little bit. I'm used to this. So
you got Rilla.
Right now.
You even got Rilla smiling over there. Look at Rilla. Rilla smiling.
No, I think all of y'all are hilarious. The way y'all moving right now, it's hilarious.
What? So wait a minute. Really, you don't give beautiful women compliments when they look great?
That's on. I'm going on mute.
What? She look great. She look good. I like the hat. I like that whole. We'll talk about it.
Pull up on me. Yeah, pull up. Ouch.
All right, Sheree.
Y'all are funny tonight.
All right, thanks again. All right. We're gonna bring a fan favorite up, man. What's going on, Bolo?
Hello.
Greetings, everybody. Greetings tonight. Greetings.
What up, fam?
Hi, Bolo.
Salute.
Okay, how you doing? We was kicking into Facebook. This is, before we get into it, perspective is everything. And when you talk about the importance of a father, it really doesn't give you the scope. It's like saying to a person that you have $1 billion. That's not the scope that you should want to give them. 1,000 million is $1 billion. That changes the scope of how you see $1 billion. So the importance of a father is secondary to the importance of Christ. Period. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
I got a question for you, Bolo.
Go ahead, bro. Please.
The way that I see things as it relates to Christ, right, and Jesus and all of that other type of stuff. My thing is the way that you show you love God is to show you love the people that he put on this earth around you, right? And so if that be the case, and I don't know if you align with that view, right? If that be the case, then how can you not align with God, right? By first putting and aligning yourself with or doing the things that he placed you on this earth to do to the people that you surround yourself with.
You are 100%. Tonight, you've been sniper-like, brother. You are 100% correct. The Lord deals with order, and he does tell you, if you love me, feed my people, feed my sheep. So the way, there's two laws that Christ kind of eschewed the whole Old Testament, because they would come at him with that. And he said, listen, there's two laws. The first law is always love God and put no other God before him. And the second is behold it like the first, one that lays his life down for his brother. Love the people around you the way you want to be loved. Hang the law and the prophets on these two, because what they didn't understand is the whole Old Testament are in those two laws, because people would focus too much on the numbers of laws. So he just gave you two, but he snuck it in that all of those laws in the back.
You're going deep into the New Testament right now, bro. We
don't got time for it. But Anton, I wanted to say to you, the reason why your woman aligned with you is because of the HVGFM you are, the high value, God-fearing man you are. That's why she aligned with you. See, the one thing that we do as a people that we have a problem with is we don't straight talk to give straight understanding. This is why people look at you as being harsh, because your answer is yes, no, maybe, nah, I wouldn't do that. No, there is no, your answers are absolute, which it should be. And that's the problem with us. We make answers so convoluted when they need to be on point. So that being said, the first topic you guys had with submission, is it conditional? Hell no, it's not conditional. It's not conditional. Because when the Lord tells you in Ephesians, wives, submit to your own husbands, he didn't say if he makes you feel good. This is your job. You submit to him. Why? Because he's submitting to the Lord. Now, this is the caveat in that. Your man is not going to take advantage of that, because he said, husbands, love your wives like Christ loved the church. So if your man is going off, according to the scriptures, that doesn't give you liberty to go off with him. You stay on point and cover your ass in the name of the Lord. Because when the Lord comes through that house giving order, he's not going to tag you. He's only going to tag him. Secondly, let me say this about the manosphere. There are a lot of men that are hurt men, and they're only teaching hurt men how to continue in their dysfunction.
I'm so glad you said that, bro.
They're not teaching these men how to be men. They're telling, and I give you an example. A lot of manospheric guys are saying, go overseas or to a third world country. That says a lot about who you are as a man, that you need to go to a third world country where they can't speak English and you show them bread and you expect them to bow down and be submissive to you. Submission is something that a woman decides to give to that man, that she understands his direction, period. There is no condition on it, because she knows, straight talk, this is what I am expecting. Why? Because I'm on a trajectory and I don't want to be taken off that one. And us not aligning and us not knowing our positions would do that. Okay. The second, when you guys were talking about the Lord didn't put how do men feel? Right? I think the second one was, if you trust, why can't you trust a significant other? Let's understand this. I'm gonna read a scripture quick for you. And the Lord spoke unto Moses face to face, as a man speaketh unto a friend. Okay. If God places no trust in his servants, if he charges the angel with the folly. I read that scripture last week. And the reason why I read that is the Lord don't trust the angels, and the angels do no wrong. He doesn't know if friends is a step below family. The Lord said he talked to Moses as if he was a friend. So these people that you're dealing with, that you're so calling them friends, they're more of associates. That's what they are. Because when you read 1 Corinthians 15:33, it says, do not be deceived. Bad company ruins good morals. So the Lord says a man shouldn't be around a woman unless he has intentions of making that woman his wife. A woman shouldn't be around dudes just chilling.
Which is why I don't have friends.
The woman need to be taught what she needs to be. First a wife, then a mother. This is the goal of them. Now there's sub-directives, same as the man. Your goal is to get a wife, not a shorty that you just chill with and you smash once in a while. No, you're making whores of our women. That's what you're doing. And I compare women to a gift. You're a gift given unto a man once. Why would you want to give that gift twice, 3 times, 4 over? When I get my Transformer action figure, I don't want it with fingerprints on it. I don't want it scuffed up and messed up. So your intentions for your daughter, as Courtney so eloquently said, should be for marriage. It shouldn't be, I'm not going to tell my daughter, go date. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to show her what a good woman is by her watching her mother, and show at the same time what a man should be to a wife. At the same time, showing her how to be validated, how to let her know that this is how a man is supposed to love you, by me loving you. Because these children, when they're born, they see the importance of themselves through you and how you entreat them. So we need to understand that. Third, trust comes with submission also. We're mixing words, I think, when we talk about family, respect, when we talk about dating and marriage. You know, a lot of words get interjected in there. We should have a trajectory, and that trajectory should be for women to be wives and mothers, and the men to be husbands and fathers. That's what the trajectory is. And this is the problem. When you look in the Black community, the trajectory is so off. It's so off where everyone is everywhere. Everybody wants to be something. And we need to understand that when it comes to sex, people use sex as a form of dating instead of using it as a form of commitment. When we look at the scriptures, marriage wasn't solidified till you consummated. This is why Joseph was able to put Mary away, because he didn't touch her. There was a courtship, and because that courtship and the town knows that she's promised to this man, everyone stays away. So when he found her to be pregnant, he didn't touch her. He's like, I'm going to give her a bill of divorce saying I never touched her. So there has to be an intention in what we're doing. So when you tell your daughter, go out there and date, what are you really telling her? What are you telling her? You're not showing her the importance of who she is and what her body is. You are a gift given unto one man. That's why it says, wives, love your husband. So for you to be touched, this is why men wanted virgins. This is why they slept on sheets, to make sure she would bleed. So that's the importance. And I know modern women are taught, they're going out there and feeling things out. A man don't want that. That's why when they talk about the manosphere, they want women that are virgins, women that have not had children, women that have not bore the children of another man. They don't want to deal with the madness. We need to understand that the Black family is fractured in so many different ways. And the removal of the father is what started this madness. So we need to start being intentional in the words that we speak. And we said this last week, that freedom is more slavery, because now you have men doing whatever the hell they want to do. They're not being taught to be men. They're not being taught to be high value. When these hurt men feel hurt, they go to these manospheric dudes that are just saying, bed these women, go to third world country, do this and do that, and go over there and do. They're not saying, brother, why did she cheat on you? Did you deal with her? Did you understand yourself first? Did you know what you wanted in a woman before you actually went in there and messed her up? This has to be the conversation that we have with our young men. And that's where the village comes in. That's where family comes in. We can't have that attitude that, you know what, man, I'm doing me and I'm just doing me. You have to surround yourself with people that you know that are better than you. Thousandaires are not hanging out with people that only make $200 a week. They're trying to hang out with millionaires so that can rub off on them so that they can get to that next level. So your vibe attracts your tribe. So if I see my woman hanging out with whores, there's a problem. There is a problem. If you see me hanging out with drug dealers, if I'm not ministering unto them and I'm just building with them, there's a problem. What? In my mind frame and the way I think. And I gave this example last week. If Anton smokes crack and I drink, there better be crack and drinks at that party, or I am not going. So we have to walk in alignment. Two cannot walk if not be agreed. So I'm not going to have my woman turn into the right and I'm going straight. There's order. So when he says benevolent dictator, I like that, because that's what it is. It's a benevolent dictatorship. See, the Lord demands obedience. There is no question. When you come to him, you got to obey. With men, it's different. With men, you have to know who you are and make sure she submits to you. And how does she does that? She do that with willingness, because she see what kind of man you are. And what attracts a high value, God-fearing woman? A high value, God-fearing man. It's not hard. This equation is not hard. When we start talking about 1 + 1 = 5, like we do in the Black community, this is what we have. You don't have the white woman as a majority saying, I don't need my man, I can raise my children without a father, but you have it in ours. Right? And one thing I said in the Facebook thing is, when men speak to women, these men are speaking from a place of hurt. So when a woman says something that she needs to help her understand how men are feeling, we attack. So we don't talk to hear, we talk just to talk. We need to talk from a place of not emotional, right? So if I cry, I went to go see The Passion of Christ I teared up a whole lot. Let a dude try to take my wallet right after that. I'm gonna choke him for 8 seconds. So it doesn't change how I roll. When a man cries too much, then I get what you're saying. There's obviously a problem. You have to understand that because the father is out of the home since 1978, a lot of our children are injured and they're in trauma. They suffer from a lot of PTSD. They internalize. So they don't understand how to articulate themselves. Why? Because they were raised by their mom and usually in bad neighborhoods. So there's so many things, they become numb, so they don't know how to talk. So then the first thing when you step on their J's, I see them J's behind there, Anton, the first thing they want to do is shoot you. This all has a catalyst. We need to start forming that family structure. The woman needs to know her place. And here's one thing I want to say, and I know I said a lot, and then I'm going to break out and let you guys go. Women want the authority of a man. They want the privileges of a woman and the accountability of a child. Think about that. You can't have all three. Your gender is the only gender that say I'm a man and I can take it. And then when you reap the ramifications of what you asked for, why would you do that to a woman? We have to understand our trajectory. We have to understand it. And this is not even a God thing. We all have a position to play. Don't be on second base with hockey sticks. It's not going to work. Look at our structure as the Black community. It's not working. Whatever we're doing is not working. So we have to change. And what Anton is saying about aligning yourself with the right people, he's 100,000% completely correct. That's how you become better people. With that, thank you so much.
I appreciate you, Bolo.
Thank you, brother. Good night, and everybody have
Thanks,
a blessed
fam.
night.
All right, good
Thanks,
night.
fam.
What's going on, Elliot? You on?
Hey, what's going on, fam?
What's going
I
on?
appreciate the show, man. Love all the content.
On to Jubilee? What is On to Jubilee?
Oh, that's just the name of my YouTube channel. Hey, appreciate you,
you.
Anton. Hey, man, I emailed you too, man. So you gotta check me out.
Are you a part of the Patreon?
No, I just emailed you from your website.
Oh man, Patreon members get first response, bro. So I
gotcha. I see the business model. Hey, but thanks, man. Hey, I appreciate the show. I just had a couple comments, man. The first one was about I think you guys talked about men and their emotions. And one of the things I always say as a husband is that, man, husbands have to be emotionally stable. So you can't be running around being emotional. So I always encourage therapy. I always tell other brothers, man, go get a therapist, get a spiritual advisor, go to your friends. You have to be emotionally stable because your wife has to see that stability. You can't be off kilter in your home. Your kids, so if you're dealing with a lot of things at work or you're dealing with a lot of other things, you have to get therapy. You have to talk to other men because you can't put that emotional burden on your wife. I mean, that will disintegrate a marriage. And my wife is straight up. She'll say, look, I ain't trying to come home and you all emotional in your feelings. No, that doesn't make me happy. So she wants to see stability. So I always encourage men to make sure that they have those resources outside of their wife. You can share with your wife things, but man, you have to be emotionally stable when you're in your home. That's number one. The second thing I wanted to talk about was the father's issue. And then another aspect I think sometimes can be missed is that I've seen a lot of brothers that come and say I'm a great father, but in the meantime, they're dragging their wife. Like, you can't be a great father unless you're trying to be a great husband. Like, that starts first, and then you carry over the fatherhood. I've seen a lot of brothers leave their wife, cheat on their wife, do all these other things, and then say, but I can be a great father. I'm leaving my wife, but I'm a great father. It don't work like that. Like, you have to be honoring the mother, the wife, and then start saying you a great father. So there has to be some nuance to that that we got to talk about as a community.
All right.
I agree with you, fam. I agree with you 100%.
No doubt, no doubt.
All right, we appreciate your support, man.
Hey, appreciate the channel, man. Thanks for all you guys, man. You guys are great.
All right, thank you. What's going on, 5-Minute Buddha? What's going on?
Where did that name come from?
I'm Buddhist.
So there you go.
Yeah, my podcast. My
Y'all
podcast is
been playing.
5 minutes. So I'm gonna be real short-winded. First and foremost, I want to say I love your show. I really appreciate everything you guys are doing, and I
I
want to show you
appreciate you.
guys a lot of gratitude. I have I was so surprised to see how you guys conduct yourself, and it's just real classy. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I wanted to talk about the father thing. My life's work is dedicated to helping men, and the most wounded relationship in the world is the relationship between the father and the son. But I would like to go even further and say that the most wounded relationship is between the father and all of the children. And the reason being is because when you're a boy and you're transitioning into manhood, your father is supposed to tell you what rules you should break so that you could be challenged. And the examples that I like to use is when you think about some of the best athletes in the world, Venus and Serena Williams, Michael Jordan and James Jordan, Floyd Mayweather and his father, Michael Jackson and his father. Your father is supposed to push you to the edge because he knows you, he created you, you came from him. So he understands your fears in a different way, not only because he was watching you, but because he had them himself as well. And that perspective in itself can save, make, and catapult the child so far. And we don't really comprehend that. So when women push their fathers out of the house, they don't realize all that they're doing. It's more than the provide, the protect, and the procreate. It's really how far can your child go? How much can your child contribute to society? And the father plays such a huge role in that. And it's just something we overlook. And that's just really what I wanted to say. I said thank you earlier,
So
but
let me ask you a question though. Let me ask you a question. What accountability do the fathers also have as far as their because I'm an advocate for men and I think that they get a raw deal in a lot of situations, right? But there is a large portion of guys that are out here just being reckless and not participating in the success of their own households, and they are fathering a lot of children with a lot of different women and not taking ownership and responsibility of what it is that they're putting into the atmosphere. What accountability do they have?
I think that we should hold them accountable. I don't disagree with anything you said. What I'm trying to say is that it's a perpetual problem. So if the grandfather wasn't there, it'll affect the father, and the father will affect the son. In Buddhism, we say that when we chant or we pray, we have 7 generations behind us and 7 generations ahead. So I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I'm just saying that the tools that a man can give another man, that a father could give a son, if it's not inside of him, he can't take those actions. And then the accountability has to come from your friends, like Bolo was saying earlier when she quoted 1 Corinthians 15, I believe. So I agree with you. I think that the accountability has to be based on who's around you. If you got good people around you, they could save you. I was just talking to my best friends there in LA, and I told them, as much as I want to be a great dad, I pray that my kids have as good friends as you have been to me. I'm more concerned about who my kids hang around so that just in case anything happens to me, that the people around them could protect them as much as I would have protected them. So I agree with your point, very much so. I'm just saying that it's a perpetual thing. So the burden of performance is on us. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Gotcha.
I would definitely appreciate you, Buddha.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for the support.
No problem.
All right. Going on, Martinez.
How's it going, ladies and gentlemen?
Hey, how you doing? Welcome to the show
What's going on,
again.
fam?
Doing good, doing good, doing good. I just first off, I wanted to ask. First off, I wanted to say congratulations to Courtney on the individual platform. I saw the last video with you talking to your child's father. Like that one was a great one.
Thank
That
you.
was a great video for that one.
Thank
So leading on to that one, the first question I want to ask is that to Anton and JR with that one, it was like, when did the both of you guys feel honestly that she would have an opportunity to reach the masses of the women in regards to you guys giving her individual platform and helping her with that?
You want to answer that first, JR?
Yeah. It was from the moment she called in, and I think we said that when we did the rollout video. One thing that I noticed is that she had a different point of view, a different perspective. So, like I thought it was great, and then I actually had conversations with her that was outside of the show where I seen that she had some growth. You know, that she wasn't always the woman that she was. So we also had a conversation was that I think that people are gonna receive you like to be much different. Like once they do hear your story, you know, once you put yourself up on a public platform, and once you have a story that aligns with how you are currently, then I think that people can like relate better and more. So like when she rolled that out, I knew people was gonna look at her differently, both men and women, and like especially the women, because now she seems like she's like a person that's gone through a struggle, and she overcame that struggle. So you know, for me, just having conversations with her, I didn't know what to really expect, but when you have conversations with people, you can actually learn a lot.
I knew Courtney was a star the minute that I seen her. I tell her all the time. But she'll tell you, I tell her all the time, yo, you're gonna be bigger than me, you're gonna be bigger than any of us. So my job is to make sure that she become the greatest ever and that we empower her. We just putting the boosters behind her and the camera work and all of that. She doing the work herself. So I knew she was a star immediately. Me and Jared had that conversation immediately after I first seen her. Like, yeah, she out of there.
Yeah.
I told him.
Yeah, like I said on an episode about a month ago, I said just give her time. Like she's not gonna reach everybody immediately, but when you give her the opportunity with the platforms, people she gonna speak, give her time, and she'll be able to get the opportunity to reach the masses. And the next thing I'm gonna say is that to Rilla, like I don't know if you've seen it through the post, but when you were talking about, you know, men dating to marry, the explanation that you gave to that, I sent the donation to you for that because it's like, you know, listening to the show, Rilla, you know, you give me iffy at times. You know, we looking to see if whether or not what side you rocking with, but when you gave that explanation of that, I rock with you on that. So I had to give you the donation to rock with you on it. And the last thing I got to say before I go is that I don't Damian and Courtney when they were discussing the whole platonic relationship thing, I'm a firm believer of what they were discussing, where it was like, I'm a firm believer of men shouldn't be platonic friends with women unless they agree to the courtship. Because my whole thing is that if it's not a courtship involved, the woman is gaining everything that she can gain from a man that she don't have to earn. And at the end of the day, we're not giving women the ability to earn what it is they want. And what I mean by that is that as a man, as a man, if he gets to the apex of where he is, the apex of his intelligence, his wisdom, his finances, whatever. If a woman comes along and she decides that she does not want to date you, or she doesn't want you to court her, but she still keeps you around, she still, as a friend, has access to that wisdom, that financial stability, and et cetera, et cetera. And me personally, as a man, I feel as if you want access to that, you have to earn it. And if you
How
don't
does
earn
she
it,
earn it? Tell me how she earns it. Give me specifics.
as I mentioned, she earns it through the way of courtship.
What does that look like?
If she allows me to court her, which is I have no problem if we're in a stage of courtship. If she wants to do the friendship thing in the beginning, I'm fine with that. As long as we agreed that there's courtship behind that. I'm courting you to become my woman, eventually my fiance, and then my wife.
But what is
Then
it?
I'm
Does that
okay with
include sex? Does that include what all does that include?
It includes whatever the two individuals involved decide that to
No,
include.
no. You got to be specific. What does that include?
Okay. So we're going to do that. Okay. So in circumstances, it does include sexual interaction. It does include that because at the end of the day, if a man's going to court you and you're going to keep that man around, you have to give him something that gives him the ability to keep him around.
Nope. Wrong. Dead wrong. Dead wrong. 1000%.
Well, explain to me how that's dead wrong.
It's dead wrong. Because and this is one of the reasons why I don't believe in dating. Because, I'm very traditional and I study people. I study different cultures. I was talking to an Indian woman and then an Indian couple earlier today, and the traditions by which they live, even here in America, the way in which they subject themselves. And she's here, her parents are there, but her parents are still handpicking the exact man that she is going to marry today. So ultimately, what that translates into is a way and a standard by which they go about doing things. The way that we do things here in our culture in America, and we don't really have a culture, we just living by the seat of our pants, is that we do what we want to do when we want to do it. And so there is no standard. She got to do all of this, you got to do all of that, whatever. We leading with love, we leading with emotion, we leading with this, and we leading with that. When we've already proven that that is an unsuccessful way to be able to effectively vet whether or not somebody is supposed to be in a long-term marriage, let alone a relationship, right? So again, you telling the woman to waste the best years of her life trying to figure out whether or not she's gonna keep you around, and that's not an accurate thing. And as a matter of fact, the apex of what a man is to become is very much later in life. Is way later. Your earning potential, your best years as far as earning potential, and we're often judged by our ability to provide and protect, is probably somewhere in your 50s or 60s, to be honest with you. So if you take that into consideration based off of what you said, then that's not an accurate picture that's being drawn as far as what the expectation should be for dating and marriage.
All right, Martinez, final thoughts. You there, Martinez? I don't know what happened. All right, I'm gonna take you off.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Final thoughts.
Yeah. What based on what it is that you're saying, Anton, is that I feel you in regards to what it is you say in regards to that.
I'm gonna have to take you off. Teenager's sound is coming in.
Hello?
Yeah, your sound messed up, man. Take you off. You there?
Hello?
You can't hear us? Yeah, I'm gonna take them off.
Yeah, you gotta wrap that up, Jay.
All right, you guys. I'm gonna bring Kevin Samuels to the show.
What's going on, man?
What's going on? How you doing, Kevin? Welcome to the show.
I'm well.
What's up, Hump?
How's everybody doing tonight? Oh my
Great.
God. Instagram, what a night.
Man, I'm gonna have to catch the replay. You know how that goes.
Oh yeah. About on World Star. We're talking about submission. And I'm always fascinated that the most Christian people seem to have such a problem with the term submission. And I define it as very simply this: respectful cooperation. And if but oftentimes I hear this in our community, that I'll submit to a man who is A, B, or C. I'll submit to a man who's my man. I'll submit to this. But here's the issue with that. The only group of women who have conditional submission, but you want holistic protection. You're supposed to submit to the authority of your man individually, true. But what about the men of your group that are supposed to be the ones that actually you're covering? And what I find is most women, really, when it gets right down to it, for whatever reason, they don't trust that they don't trust that men can do the job better than they can. And I'm always fascinated that is my screen frozen?
I believe
yes,
so.
it's frozen.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm always fascinated that it always seems to be that way. And I wonder, yeah, let me turn that off. If you don't allow the men the right to lead you other than your man, how do we ever expect to become a competitive group of people?
Do you think that women are thinking singularly and not thinking as a group, and maybe that's one of the things that's affecting the way in which they move as far as that conditional? Because I'm more aligned with what very early in the show, it was a debate about why is it conditional, and at what point do you start to see submission as an option? Is it based off of when you get married? Is it based off of when you first start interacting with a man in courtship, or is it just based off of how you see things in general as far as your alignment with men in general, right? Do you see that as more of an issue because women see submission singularly tied to a man that she's going to be in a relationship or marry, or is that just conditioned for them not to be submissive in a general sense?
I think that our women see submission tied to sex. They see
I said
submission
it
tied
earlier,
to sex.
JR.
They see our submission tied to sex. They don't see submission tied to the overall image of the men. I mean, so if I'm, in our community, the overall, I'll just say the largest determining factor whether or not a black woman's going to listen to you is whether or not she's attracted to you. If she wouldn't screw you, she wouldn't have sex with you. She ain't gonna really value much what you got to say. It's very primitive. So, and that extrapolates all the way out through things. My show has proven that, if nothing else, that the men that the women want, they'll be more apt to listen to them. But here's the problem. You can be married to your man, and he can be alpha as fuck. It can be alpha, but he is still one man. He is not the police force, the fire department. He's not the surgeon. He's not the dentist. He's not the pastor. He's not the plumber. He's not the electrician. See, so when people submit conditionally, singularly, that's not a community. And what benefit and what incentive does it give the other 9 men if only one's going to get respect and submission, supposedly, and the rest are just going to get mild disdain or conditional? Because here's the thing: we're expected to be. Let's be honest. We're expected to be have a certain level of manhood for women across the board. If something happens and we're on a boat, women and children first, right? It didn't say husbands, and they'll say women and children first. And the single men, you can go. Men are still expected to do their job. And we have removed what women are expected to do for their community. What do black women owe the black community?
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts, Kevin, on dating with intent to marry? Like, what are your thoughts on both from a men's perspective and from a woman's perspective?
Okay, well, the provision, I'll say from a woman's perspective, from the provision that she's already a wife, that's the purpose. I had this conversation earlier that dating for women and men are two different outcomes. Women have a much shorter clock to get the major pieces of their life together. And because of how the world is, women are not afforded the same amount of opportunities like men. You got to pick sooner. So dating with intent to marry is far more important for women because they pay a higher price, in the sense of, once a woman has children and things like that, it can substantially impact her overall sexual marketplace value. With men, it's different because I firmly believe in today, between the ages of 18 and 30, it is more the exception than the rule that the average man is really ready to take on the responsibility of leadership, headship, and husband. From even if it's, and it's not even a matter of necessarily money, because we have delayed adulthood maturation so much that, I feel bad when I see a lot of young men trying to marry young women, because I'm like, unless I talk to a young guy, I'm like, and understand where his head is at, how's this thing supposed to work? Now here's where the problem becomes, because of what women today want from a relationship. Many women don't want to do the long-term investment of a relationship. They want the benefits now. And I think I heard you say a man doesn't reach his financial stride until like he's 45 or 55. That's when you get the benefit. But are women dating with the intent to stay married? Are men
Is that
dating
something that needs to be groomed in them, or is that something that we need to change culturally?
Both. The answer is both. It needs to be groomed in them. It needs to be changed culturally. But how do you change it? Right? We're in the Black community, in my opinion, we got a massive chicken or egg scenario on our hand. Because in the last since 1965, we've gone away from the things that have traditionally worked for us. So we've got 2-3 generations of people who were not raised valuing the things that our ancestors did. But you don't get anywhere by, I don't think, it's a very dangerous situation to just say, these people are done, these people are scrapped, we can't do nothing with them. People without hope are dangerous. People without hope are dangerous. And the world does not want to see, especially a group of men without hope. Men who are, go back to hunter-gatherer, go back to primitive civilization. When we were living in villages or communes, the most destructive thing you could see on the horizon was a roving band of men. They're tied to nothing except their own survival. So how do we make a world to where the guys who are builders can keep what we have? If we're out doing while we're out doing what we need to do, if you got men who are roving around tied to nothing, who just want to rape, pillage, and burn. The nihilistic side. So we are coming into a place where I think, I've said it before and I said it again, for the people who are going to raise children up to be more family oriented, valuing the nuclear family, that kind of stuff. That's going to be the replacements. What do we do with the people between the ages of 18 roughly 40 right now. Because those people got a lot of life in them. They got a lot of life in them. And I can't just see throwing all these folks away. So I'm coming up, I have this term called an executive marriage, where I can see people basically sitting down, hammering out a deal 1-to-1, where it's almost like a partnership that where love and all that stuff, you know, how much I feel about that, comes later. That's why I'm a big fan of get back with your ex-husband or your baby daddy. I'm a huge fan of that because I talk to at least 3 people every day in session, 3 to 4 people a day. And how many people are on the panel in relationships? I mean, anytime you're married, anybody else married? Danielle, you married? Okay, well, so it's rough out here in the single scene. Now, I keep my relationship stuff close to my chest, but man, people out here are dealing with some major impediments to even try to get to know one another. So I'm much more of a fan. If you got something started with somebody, what's that?
That's Chicago looking to ask a question.
Do you see that's exacerbated even more in Atlanta? When you was referencing the dating scene, how rough it is out here.
I think it's always going to be exacerbated in large metropolitan areas where competition is fierce. Yeah, it's in New York, Atlanta, LA, Miami. I haven't been to Chicago in a minute, but anytime you have an international city, competition is going to be fierce because we human beings have not evolved to date in our 30s, 40s, and 50s. We're supposed to be gone on somewhere. We're supposed to be gone down the path somewhere. We don't. This ain't what we're doing. And in Atlanta, everything is exacerbated here for a woman because it's 17-1, and that's before factoring in alternative lifestyles. Atlanta's off the chain.
Mm-hmm.
Off the chain. Which is why I think personally, I'm a proponent of making a business decision when it comes to marriages. And I'll be honest, most of the men I rock with, they're seeing someone in a different place and they're going to move her here because a lot of different reasons.
Okay. Kevin, I have a question for the women that are in their 30s that haven't seen or know how to be a wife, but they're really interested in grooming themselves or creating themselves to be wives. What's the first step in that?
I did a broadcast the other day about women sending choosing signals and flirting. The first step is actually getting the right man's attention. Okay. It sounds common sense, but if you're a woman let's say you're a woman and you made yourself a wife, but you're just a product on the shelf. You only want the husbands to approach you. You don't want the dudes that's just dating to approach you. But the problem is, in today's modern dating scene, a lot of I don't want to say a lot, and a growing number of men are not cold approaching anymore. Because and in large part due to this, like it or not, this whole cancel culture, Me Too. A lot of guys, I mean, it's not like it used to be where if I saw Courtney, I'm like, oh shit, I'm a step to shorty. No, man. That's not as cut and dry. And I'm a salesperson. I got no problem being shot down and rejected. Shit, that ain't nothing but a thing. But because of all the other stuff, the hesitation. So the real issue is attracting the right man first. But so let's say you are attracting men who are marriage minded. I think a woman needs to recalibrate her friend list. I would tell you this with, I don't want to talk too much about my personal life, but single women keep women single. You're going to need women around you to support your relationship, support you going through this for real, not just through the romantic parts, but through when life happens, when, kid gets sick, flu, progress reports, all kind of stuff. And if you think about most of us who have gone through relationships that have been divorced or whatever, I think it's fair to say if you look around, our communities really didn't support us staying together. Go talk to your friends, go talk to your family. That's the worst thing to do. Because once you say, I'm having a problem with Tiffany, or Tiffany says she's having a problem with James, that's a wrap. People start picking sides. So I would say, one, making sure you're choosing signals, attracting the right kind of guy. Number two, is the infrastructure set up? Because, Courtney, I believe that a man and a woman, honestly, when they put them in the room together, they can figure that stuff out. It's when they become public. It's when the pressure starts. I think we were talking about friends, men and women being friends or something like that, right?
Yeah,
I've had women who I've known, who I would have classified as friends, who once they got married, they're like, "Hey, I'm getting married. I'm backing off all my platonic contacts," and I respected that because I'm like, you know what? You're supposed to be focusing on your relationship and everything else. And if you have an issue, I just had a show today talking about this very topic right here. Let me go to Instagram real quick. Are you guys familiar with this? That 50% of women in relationships report having a backup plan already in mind.
That's crazy.
Let me read this.
I didn't know that.
Around 50% of women in relationships have a backup partner in mind in case they separate from their current partner, as per the study. Almost half of women have a backup plan in place. Have a backup plan in the place of an event of separation from their current partner. And this was actually in the Daily Mail in 2019. So think about it. When I was saying that high value men don't cheat, they exercise options, that caused a big stir, a big controversy that men shouldn't cheat, such and so forth, blah, blah. But half of the women surveyed say they got a backup plan. And I just
Rilla?
Huh? And
I was talking to Rilla because we was talking about this last week. You heard that, Rilla?
I had an Instagram show where
I told you, really don't trust them.
I had an Instagram show where I was just talking, and women were like, "Well, for 2 hours." First woman said, "Well, I got a backup plan in place." And I said, "Well, why?" She's like, "Well, in case the guy I'm with is not treating me right." Then I'm like, so in other words, what's the incentive to do anything if you always got a plan B? See, it's funny that when this backup plan came out, men just took it on the chin. But when you start talking about high value men having just options, that didn't even mean they were doing it. That's just having options. But I'm going to tell you, what's funny is more women came out and said, I think that number's too low. And I think 50% is on the low side. So going back into the point, why do you need platonic male friends in a relationship? I don't deal with them. I won't deal with anybody who has social media or platonic male friends. You can pick.
Kevin, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think that the 51% of women who have backup plans, do you think that's a new thing of the modern women, or do you think that's always been how women are?
Both. I think it's always been in a woman's nature, but you didn't have the access. If you're from Boise, Idaho, before the interwebs, you couldn't have anybody except Boise, Idaho. You had people who had your phone number. How's they gonna get in contact with you? How? No access. But now, people from your junior high, all they got to do is know somebody to know somebody to know you, and then they figure out, who do you know? Danielle. Yeah, Danielle. What's her maiden name? So and so. Oh, what's her mama name? Oh, that. Hey, Danielle. Hey, big head. Y'all have too much access now, which is why I've said it before. I don't deal with women who are active on social media. LinkedIn is the extent of it, and that's for professional reasons. And I don't tell them to cut it off. I just say I don't deal with it because it is too much access. Now,
Kevin,
we're here.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So do you think that if, like, let's say there was no social media, how do you think that would change the amount of women that have that backup plan? Like, do you think that social media is what?
Well, I think a woman could say, well, if it didn't work between me and my husband, I'm going to try Roger.
Do you think social media drives that?
Well, yeah, because it makes the possible. First off, you can only have a backup plan from the men who are in your existing network, your Rolodex, your file. How big would that be? Your high school, and then the college you went to. Only the people that could be there were the men you actually interacted with. That will be it. The people you went to work with, school with, your network. But social media, you could just see them pop up on a friend of yours feed.
Mm-hmm.
And because we have made it to the point where we told everybody that, there's nothing wrong with having friends. Well, yeah, if it distracts you from your primary purpose. See, human beings have not evolved to take in the amount of information. And I mean, if you really looked at how human beings have evolved, I mean, the computer, the amount of sheer information we're taking in, we are best living in villages or townships of less than 20,000. We're not really supposed to be living in cities of millions.
I agree with that. And then the access to all the information is just,
Too
it's
much.
kind of like in the Bible, it's like a metaphor when they got all the, their eyes were open. That's when everything started falling apart. So like, we're not supposed to know what's going on the other side of the planet all day long, all the time.
No.
And it definitely contributes to issues. I've always thought that.
Do you still do an experiment? Leave your phone in your locked up from Friday to Monday. See what happened.
Right.
Mm-hmm. When I actually had to put my phone up, I lost my mind. I was like, oh my God, I left the house. I was like, oh, I need to do this. I started thinking of everything I needed to do. But you know what? Because I couldn't get a phone, because this is back in the day. This is about 10 years ago. But see, I lived in a world to where when I left the house, Anton, you had to wait till I get home. And then you have to actually ring my line, and I had to pick up. I lived in a world that there was no voicemail, no answer machines. There were busy signals. And we were far more productive and living a happier life because we didn't take in so much information. If me and Kay are together, and then me and Rilla have an argument, I'm going to talk to Kay about some stuff that's happening with me and Rilla. But if me and Rilla ain't talking, that's one less thing that I got to... all that confusion and chaos. This is why, our human relationships are really rather simple. And I think that's what we're kind of starting to get back to. We've overcomplicated the stuff. We're overstimulated. And when it gets right down, some of the best times of being with your lady friend is just sitting there watching The Godfather movie. That is The Godfather.
That was a good one.
I mean, I think, and see, and one of the things I see is happening right now is there are more and more people starting to talk about relationships and not in a toxic, not in an aggressive way. I'm starting to see more celebrities, more athletes, more people start talking about relationships because something's wrong. And the more we start to talk about it, the more commonplace it will become to start putting relationships back in a place of priority. I've said it before. How much tail does one man need? I mean, come on, man. Eventually, you want to have something more. And I think, and we don't like to admit that men want that and women do too. It's just, I think more people are afraid that they don't know how to keep it. That's what I'm starting to see. So.
I find myself like one of the conversations that we have often is the whole idea behind exercising options. For me personally, I'm satisfied with the idea that I can exercise it if I choose to. It's kind of like having money, right? Like, like honestly, I was at the Porsche dealership the other day, and I was satisfied with the idea that I can buy whatever it is that I want. I wasn't in a rush. It was nothing like that, right? But I'm also an advocate, a huge advocate for discipline, in that I don't have time to even entertain the possibility of having another relationship, even though I have the option to do what I want to do when I want to do it, right? And so a lot of guys hit me up and DM me after that and said, Anton, I don't understand. I don't understand how, because they keep citing all of these different people throughout history who had a lot of wives and all of this other type of stuff. And they saying, I don't understand, if you have the money and you have the resources, why wouldn't you exercise your options? Can you elaborate and explain a little bit more about that as to why it's important to have discipline and why men are generally more successful when they exercise discipline, despite the fact that they can exercise options if they want to?
Well, first of all, I've said it that women need to understand. Men just want you to know they got the option. That's it. Most men who have them, they don't even trying to. They're too busy. See, trying to compare the past to the present is an improper comparison, because we are far busier than these people. More communication, instantaneous communication. We're talking about men in the past who the internet was called the Pony Express. Writing. When's the last time somebody here actually sat down and wrote a letter, addressed it, and mailed it, and had to wait for a response? There's a lot of goddamn time that happens in between that. But when Anton, you fire off an email and do such and so forth, guess what? You got 17 more emails, 3 text messages, a partridge in the goddamn pear tree waiting on you every single second. The demands on modern people's time is unreal. And achievers, producers, feel some kind of way not maximizing our time. So if I got stuff that's going to give me a greater, increase my skill set, give me a higher rate of return, give me some kind of benefit, either short term, medium term, or long term, or go get some ass. 2 minus 3, move the ass to the side. See, and it's also coming from a place of abundance too. It's kind of like, Rilla, you're in Chicago, right? All right. I grew up and we ate government cheese. That shit that wouldn't melt. And I mean, it wouldn't melt. It would get greasy. And like sardines and Vienna sausages and Spam, So when
you can't forget the peanut butter either.
Yeah. So when you messed around and got a T-bone steak, which you still thought a T-bone was like a premium cut of steak, right? You thought a T-bone was something. Because you're balancing things upon famine. But now, I mean, not famine, but just lack, scarcity. But now we sit down here where you can actually jump in your European sedan and drive over to Del Frisco on a Thursday and just decide to order the bone-in filet just because you want to. What? Drink $30 glass of scotch? Sure. I just did my Instagram show. And I just ran down to the French restaurant to grab me some chicken and mashed potatoes. That's supposed to be a cheap meal. Not the way they do it. But the comfort of knowing that I can do that, and you ain't got to think about this. I want you to go back to when your money was tight, when you had to count your pennies and like, can I afford this? Or you would swipe your card and it was like, God damn, I hope it don't decline. Oh shit, it went through. See, when you're used to having abundance and having more stuff, you don't sweat. You don't worry about the stuff you don't have. And coming from when you're getting to a place as a man to where options are available, but you don't feel like that is the only measurement of your manhood. The measurement of your manhood is your legacy and what you leave behind, how big of an imprint you leave, not just how much you slay. It's a different game. And what I'm happy is that more guys, more black men are starting to recognize that we got more to offer than just our Johnson.
I was looking at, I pay attention to what's going on in the news, and I kind of look at it a little bit differently as far as, like, for example, the Bill Gates thing. And as it continues to unfold and they're going through the employees, the thing that I took away from it is now his legacy is becoming more about the things that people are spending more time talking about, the things that he did with regard to the women that he had the option to exercise and all of that with, than all of the things that he dedicated his entire life to building and the legacy that he was trying to leave. It seems like it's getting, muddied up a little bit by all of this other stuff that come along with it. And that's the thing that I'm taking from the whole conversation.
Anybody watch the Game of Thrones?
Yeah,
Game of Thrones. Okay, well, there's a king by the name of Robert Baratheon, and he became the king because he beat this dynasty that had been there for 1,000 years because they had powerful dragons. Okay, but he died because he got stabbed by a pig, by a boar, and all his legacy was him running the kingdom down, the greatest kingdom in the world, because he just hoarded around. No matter how great of a warrior he was, no matter how great of a kingdom, he was a joke. Versus another guy was Tywin Lannister, and he was known for being one of the greatest men who never was king. Discipline will always determine a man's legacy. Especially these days. I mean, people are like, what about Genghis Khan? They didn't have the internet. They didn't have the internet. And yes, Bill Gates' legacy is tarnished. And a man, I mean, no matter how you come down on it, man, that's why how you move today with women is going to say a lot about what happens in the future. That's why even as I was starting to peak, I sat down and did a bunch of opposition research and said, where are all the bones and skeletons? Like, all right, well, I'm comfortable with this because I knew I had done a bunch of crazy shit. I ain't putting nothing in folks' drinks and this and that and anything that I did, because trust me, it does have an impact because it's a distraction. It's sad, but it's true. This is why I'm such a proponent of, if Bill and Melinda could have stayed the course, this would be a non-story.
Yep.
Kevin, have you noticed how the media has been praising Melinda Gates recently? I feel like I've seen her in the media on Twitter a lot, just people praising her and what she's doing now with her charitable donations. It seems like it's her legacy and not Bill's legacy.
Well, I haven't paid much of attention, but that doesn't surprise me. I mean, anytime a woman is standing, quote unquote, well, they're getting divorced. That's why they're praising. If she would have stayed, they wouldn't praise her.
I'm sorry.
Wait.
Well, I wanted to talk a little bit about the Black Manosphere. I know that you're clearly running it right now, and and I'm thoroughly, attracted to the Manosphere and everything that they have to say because it's interesting. However, what you have to say is completely different. You are pro-marriage and you are pro, Black family. However, the majority of men that I've seen are not that they're not, loving Black women, but they're not where they're talking about marriage. They're actually talking against it.
Okay.
But yet these men all claim to look up to you. but not your particular message. So can you tell me, like, some
Are we talking about
negativity?
content creators or are we talking about commenters?
Well, content creators.
Okay, so I think one of the biggest divides is I talk about the whole high value thing, which is really a class system, no matter how we want to get to it. And the numbers just say that income over $250,000 income, the divorce rate across the board drops to below 20%. So you got to ask yourself a question: are the people who seem to not be talking about marriage, legacy, and that kind of stuff? What's the economic outcome they intend to have? Because you don't see many millionaires and billionaires who are single men. That's a component of it. Especially especially in corporate America, there is a marriage cap. So I think that's one big part of it. That's why, and the sad part is, let's just put the rubber on the road, where the rubber meets the road. To be an average earning man in the United States of America means to not have a lot of respect from women. You can't do what my grandfather did. Have a high school education and work at the plant and have a family of 4 and provide to where you had cars and this and that. I think we're going to have to, and what's the sad part is, and this is kind of a situation even in the Black community, it's more exacerbated because of our culture. How do we rejigger our culture to where you don't have to be a 6-figure plus man to get masculine respect in your home? I know that's a mouthful, and I will say this, that I fully said that what got me talking about what I talk about is the majority of the men that I was dealing with were wanting to get married. I think more than 80% of Black men want to get married, regardless as to how much they're earning. They just may not be on the platforms talking. But what do you think the million subscribers come from and 20,000 people every night? It ain't because most guys don't. They're just not on YouTube. I put it that way. So and I also say we got to give the message a chance to evolve. The manosphere, it does a lot of good things, but you got to also understand that this is YouTube, and there's an entire algorithm built around keywords and this, and it'd be no different if we said, okay, you got a channel built around watches, Rolex, Patek, Richard, you got watches, and then we'd say, well, I noticed that there's a lot of people who are sophisticated, but why ain't anybody over talking about cars or wine or this? Well, the algorithm is bringing people in who have similar views. Now, if you want to expand the message, because people who own a watch may want this, it's going to have to. You got to give it time to evolve. And the fact that platforms like this exist, your platform exists, Anton, it's evolving right before our eyes. And you got to go back to where it was just 3 years ago. 3 years ago, it was a straight up boys club. And even some of the views I had, I was telling brothers, cut your dreads off if you want to move up in the corporate rank, and put this up, put that up. And I was getting lambasted. So stay the course. We'll get there because we're still human. People are human, and folks tend to want to be together. There will be more platforms that grow outside of the quote unquote manospheres. So
Thank
we're
you.
just getting started.
I'm a huge advocate for marriage, right? And I talk a lot about the basis of my channel is about money, and how you look at everything from a business perspective and all of that type of stuff. And so when I even talk about marriage, I talk about marriage from the perspective of looking at it from a business perspective, how my wife, and the way in which I operate, or me being in my purpose or whatever like that, enabled her to then live in her femininity, which ultimately resulted in her aligning herself with other wives. And then that's what helped foster certain relationships that I've made a lot of great business connections with. Even with that, it seems as though, and I just want to get your thoughts in general, it seems as though the men are still like struggling with it. And I know it's going to take time, but now I'm seeing a lot of women starting to come over to my platform and they starting to embrace the content based off of that. Do you think that men just in general, based off of a lot of the things that they've experienced and seen across the internet in general, have a harder time adapting or evolving past their current state versus women? Because it seems like women are starting to evolve a little bit faster when it comes to the content that I put out
You gotta understand.
versus the men.
You gotta understand that YouTube is still a predominantly young white male platform. This is a young male platform. So, you're going to get, for every Dennis Sperling or Anton Daniels, you're going to get 100, not 100, 30 or 40 other things. Women come on Instagram and they find their way to YouTube because what does YouTube have to draw women over? This is if you want to catch up with your favorite love and hip hop or a lot of things that draw women over here from Instagram and to YouTube. So it doesn't surprise me. Women are always going to be more inquisitive, reading the magazine kind of stuff too, and anything that's trending, they find. I just think you got to look at your analytics. If you look at your analytics, what's the largest group of people who watch your channel? What age to what age? And I would almost guarantee you that if you look at the men, the bulk of my channel is from 25 to 34 and from 35 to 44. That's fully 60% of my viewership. But YouTube skews younger on men. And if you want to grow your audience, you got to grow in the 18 to 24 demographic. And with women, you got to grow in the 24 to 25 to 34. Look at the analytics, because that's going to determine who's kind of where. And the thing is, YouTube is so big, and we are really in a really little corner. But there's so many platforms, there's so many different genres that are Black folks. I'm kind of excited about where it's going, because like when I went on to Tasha K, that was an entire crossover. That was like Aerosmith and Run DMC.
Yeah.
Then saw Mike Rashid, and he was on Media.
I was going to ask you about that. And
see, the thing is, that's going to be the trend, because it doesn't take a brain surgeon or a rocket scientist to see that. You look at my show and look at the numbers. People are like, why is this happening? You got the popping club. People are like, what the hell's going on over there? And we're like, oh, y'all didn't know? Y'all got to realize that we do this all the time, and there's going to be a continual influx. And that's why I say, why are we here? And what do we? Why are we here? And I think everybody's here for. If you're here ultimately to have a better outcome for a community, it starts with family of some sort. It has to be a family somewhere. And and I would say this way: even if guys are maybe struggling with the content, so they'll get it. They'll get it. Some guys will get it sooner. Some guys will get it later. But the numbers are still steadily growing. That's why I also kind of held back doing a lot of things on my channel, because I wanted to make sure that this was a real thing. It wasn't just a fluke, and it continues to be consistent and it's spreading and growing. We got something going, but I'm gonna go grab me something to eat later on tonight, and I gotta go check out some shit I just started on Instagram. Oh, it's good. It's good.
I appreciate you, Kev. Thanks,
Oh
man.
my
we
God,
appreciate
there's
you.
always something
Thank
over
you.
here, boy.
Bye.
Bye, y'all take it
Thank
easy.
you.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
JR, you should take a couple more calls. See what the vibes are.
Oh yeah. I got some people in real quick. Bring in Reese. What's going on, Reese? How you doing?
Man, I didn't think I was gonna get on. How y'all doing tonight?
Nah, man, I got to take care of the people, man. That was sitting there patiently waiting. I appreciate you for waiting and welcome to the show.
Now I want to say I appreciate you, man. I really love the way you run the podcast. Anytime I DM you or ask you a question, even if you don't get to me right away, you always respond. So I appreciate that.
No doubt.
The point I want to speak on tonight is just about the importance of a father. My daughter is 4 years old now. It's sad. 3 months ago, I just had a whole family in my household, and I can tell when it kind of started to end. Just getting into arguments over simple things that I thought was common sense. So to say now today, when her mom called me and say she have a problem with my daughter or something like that, and the only thing it take is a phone call from me. I never had to whoop my daughter, anything. And her mom always said, "Well, I gave her a pow pow," and it's like she not scared of no pow pow no more. She 4 years old. You understand what I'm saying? It's like that's where the balance in a household comes in. That you need that father and you need that mother, because the father love is safe. A mother love is more of trial and error. Or let her do this, let her do that. And if we arguing about music, I say I don't want her listening to Megan Thee Stallion. Or it's just music. It's just music to you until they start to understand what these words mean. You understand? So it's kind of like, and then now to see, no disrespect to my child's mother, I love her, and but she texts me every now and then because she see, I had to allow her to go see what the streets was like, because when we was in a relationship, it seems as if that's what she wanted, staying out till 3 a.m, no cooking, no cleaning. Like I said, it's not the basher. We just gotta hold everybody accountable for situations. She not knowing that wrecked her home, and that's why I respect Courtney so much. And I watched the show that she did with her child's father, and it touched me a lot, because sometimes once the person understands, it's too late. But me as a man, I still respect her and I love her, and I just gotta let her know, like, it's wrecked. It hurt me because I'm a family man. I played college basketball, and I gave up my dreams to come back home to take care of my family. So, and to see it just go to waste like that over this new era. I've been with her since she was 14. I was 15. I'm 27 years old. So she didn't have a father coming up. So me coming in her life so young, I was able to mold her and groom her and protect her. But as she got older in this new generation with social media, it was like Kevin Samuels was saying, YouTube, you sit around and watch Love and Hip Hop and all these shows that just, it's poisoning your mind, but you don't even know. So that's all I really want to speak on.
Let me ask you a question before you go. Would you ever get back with her?
I can't. I saw, I forget what it was. I think it was, Kevin Samuels. He say, could a straight become domestic again? And it's like, nah, because social media is.
What about for the best of your, like, okay, so let's just play hypothetical real quick, right? And I'm not telling you what you should or shouldn't do. I'm just asking a question because I'm genuinely curious, right? What if it was, if you knew for a fact that getting back with her would create a better dynamic as far as ensuring that your daughter will be more successful? Not saying that your daughter wouldn't be successful, right? Because again, it's hypothetical. But if you knew for a fact you being in the house with her would create a better dynamic as far as ensuring that your daughter will be more successful, would you get back with her?
For sure, 100%.
That's fair enough.
100%.
Yeah, I just want to go ahead.
Not like to Anton. You know, like it's been plenty of times we done split up and yeah, but you pretty much know once you enter that realm, even if you try to come back to a domestic relationship or regular family, it'll be worse on the child because it's no more trust, it's arguments, it'll be more hurtful to my daughter to see us out of bounds than apart and co-parent together. Like when I heard Courtney and her child's father just speaking and talking, I hope that's what I'm trying to focus on now, getting to a point where it can be respectful, because I'm 100% respectful, but sometimes it take a long time for the women. So I'm just waiting for that and my daughter is in the other room sleeping right now, so it's getting better, everything's good.
I respect you, fam. I mean, I don't know the dynamics of your situation, so I was just curious about what your thought process is. That's all.
100%, yes, sir.
And we definitely appreciate you telling your story, man. And I hope everything gets better. And I'm glad Courtney's video was an inspiration for you.
Yeah, 100%. I appreciate
man. Just keep the hope alive, man. Keep the hope alive with it.
Yeah. Hey, I just want to also say that Courtney got a part 2 of that video coming out, so stay tuned.
Yeah, y'all real dramatic, man. Y'all cut it off when it was getting good. What's going on? I appreciate it. Chicago, just my last point.
Greatest show on earth.
Chicago, I really respect you, man. I respect your relationship. Kay, I respect you a lot. I've grown to like you and to love you. You was tripping with the roaches. I'm from College Park, and roaches from Atlanta, wherever it's at. But I appreciate you, Courtney. Like I said, I respect you. And
thank you.
Hey, you on Old Nat L? Or you on Old Nat L or Godby Road?
I'm in Riverdale, Godby Road.
Oh, okay, you off in Riverdale. Okay. Yeah. Flash shows. I know.
Chicago is a fucking atlas, bro.
Hey, Anton, can I ask you one question before I go?
Anything? Yeah, for sure, fam.
Oh, this is the second time I done heard Anton cuss, man.
I just want to ask Anton one question respectfully, because I really like you. Do you feel that you, in any way as a man, disrespect Chicago really in any way?
I'm glad you asked that. It's 1 a.m. here. And me personally, I'm going to say no. And the reason that I'm going to say no is because where I come from, we not that sensitive. Like, you know what I'm saying? We able to differentiate when somebody is literally trying to disrespect you and pull up on you, and when somebody just cracking jokes because it's all love and entertainment. And the interesting thing about it is that me in Chicago, we don't just show up on the show. We actually talk back and forth offline. You know what I'm saying? We actually have real phone conversations and stuff. So it's just like, you know what I'm saying? If my homies was over here and we crack jokes back and forth on each other, nobody get tripping and offended, you know what I'm saying, and be on some other type stuff. Now, if Chicago hit me up and was like, yo, I ain't feeling that or whatever, then I would make adjustments. But he don't do that. When we talk, he like, yo, I feel you. You got me on that one, so on and so forth. And that just be the end of it. But I understand that the audience may feel a certain type of way, but I ain't concerned about that. I let them rock however they want to rock. But from my perspective, we just, you know what I'm saying, we telling jokes. I never cross a boundary as far as talking about his family.
That's
I never talk about his chick.
I got my cap on.
I ain't never talked about his chick. I ain't never talked about his kids.
This my last thing.
I ain't never talked about his personal family. It's 100% on some unrelated stuff that I know that he not, and it ain't got nothing personal to do with him personally.
All right. So accountability.
Hey, look, and look, let me.
He disrespected.
Well, hold on, CJ. Hold on, CJ. Hold on. Before you go to that, I think it's important, real quick. I think people, that watches this online, the thing of it is this YouTube. I remember when B Nix and that episode with B Nix and Anton got into it, and one of the things that he said is like, "Man, yo, you bugging." And he was like, "Why? Why are you saying that?" And he's like, "Cause you letting this YouTube and these words get to you." And at the end of the day, I understand. Listen, man, I understand how people look at the dynamic on the show sometimes and look at some of the stuff that come out of anti-mouth, hey, sometimes I be like, yo, I know he didn't just say that. But the
Yeah,
truth of the matter is, you know, it's one thing to be on YouTube, on these YouTube airways, bro. It's another thing for us to be chest to chest. It's a different dynamic, you know, for cats to be chest to chest. It's never that serious to me, man. It's a
right.
conversation, and the bigger purpose. And listen, when it's this is the thing for me, when it starts to take away from what JR is doing, what the intentions were for this show, then that's the bigger issue. I'm not worried about some of the stuff that I'm saying at times, man. Not
Yeah.
worried about that, man.
Nah, I understand you. You always handle yourself accordingly, even though I can tell it bothers you. But I feel like he disrespected your relationship, then your sexuality, and when he did that, I felt it crossed the line. But if you guys, you know, have an understanding, I'm not trying to start no trouble, no problem. I just feel like
No, you can say what
nobody
you want
come
to
at
say.
Anton like that. Nobody disrespect Anton
But
like
you know
that.
the interesting thing about it though is the funniest part about it was that one of the interesting things about the B Knicks thing is because they only see it clipped up. If you watch the shows and you watch a lot of the shows before that, they used to Jones on me all the time.
Yep, when he
People
first
had
came on.
smoke. They talk junk. When people crack jokes on me, Chicago called me Eddie with whatever he called me and all of that.
He didn't say that.
He did call me. He called me a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I did.
B Nick started.
Eddie
B
Winslow,
Nick's
Theo Huxtable. Yeah, I did.
the one of the things that I got on B Nick's about, and that's funny because I went off on him. And if you look at the end of that conversation, I told him, I said, "Yo, y'all do that junk all the time to me, but then when I hit y'all back with it, it's a different dynamic." And so my thing just becomes, in the same way that I can dish it is the same way the way that I can take it, and in the same way that people dish it to me, they're gonna be willing to take it the same way. You know what I'm saying? And if you
That's
have a
true.
problem with it, if you got a problem with it, we talk offline regularly. Say that.
Right.
But nobody is communicating that any differently. We got relationships outside of here. We all got each other's phone number. Nobody is saying nothing. I specifically talk to Chicago regularly. He like, yo, it's cool, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Let's keep it moving. So
Nah,
what we talking about?
I ain't gonna hold up too much time.
Yeah, Reese, I got to get to a couple more people, man.
Anton, you got to get you some of these in your collection. Dunks, man. You got to go dunk.
Those just came out. No, those just come out today.
Let me tell you why I can't do those.
You got to go find it. I'm gonna hit you. I'm gonna hit you, Lapeef. I'm gonna hit you.
All right.
All
right, fam. We rock.
All right, bro. I appreciate y'all.
All right, a couple more people, y'all. Let's go, Frizzy. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's
Anton,
going on?
I told you I'd have been a couple places, man.
How everybody doing?
Atlas, bro.
Everybody doing, man?
We doing good, man. You got a comment?
Yeah. I wanted to comment on y'all was talking about dating earlier. I just want to say quickly, I feel like dating is just it's worthless, man. I mean, the stage I am in my life, you know, I've grown to realize that dating is just absolutely worthless right now, because it's a lose-lose situation for the man and the woman. It's a lose situation for the man short term, because while he's just dating, he's just spending a lot of useless money. You know what I'm saying? He's spending money. He's going on dates trying to impress this woman. He's just losing currency. You know what I'm saying? And long term, it's a lose situation for the woman, because if she is a serial dater, she's just increasing her body count. You know what I'm saying? It's just a lose-lose situation. So my advice to the men is, don't date, vet. You know, when you go into a situation, you meet a woman, you should have a vetting mindset, not a dating mindset. Because, you know, Anton says this all the time, you know, he calls it dating with a purpose. Well, it's pretty much the same thing. What I'm saying, like, you know, you got to vet in the beginning, you know, because men, you know, you don't have time to waste. You don't have time to waste. When I wake up in the morning, the way I think now, in my age I am now, I just always feel like I don't have time to waste. You know what I'm saying? So basically, and another thing I wanted to say, if we thought women were bad, and I'm not trying to make women look bad, I'm just saying from a man's point of view, and just from my experience, if we think women look bad, or they were bad 20 years ago, imagine how worse they are now. The term is for the streets. You always talk about women for the streets. Okay, back then they might have been chicken heads, the ones for the streets, not all women, but back then they might have been chicken heads. But now they're straight vultures, bro. When women go into relationships, and the men on this panel always talk about men being on the, handling their business. Anton saying marriage is a business, and being on their purpose. Right, exactly. My bad, JR. But women go from my experience dealing with females that I know, and even my female cousins, I know their situations very well. They go into dating like it's business. You know what I'm saying? They, a lot of them have kids. Women are not dating just to, look good in relationships or what. They have a purpose. Women always have a purpose when they're dating. A lot of them have kids. If they don't have kids, they're trying to figure out how are they going to come up? What are they going to get from this man? The men have to know that. You understand what I'm saying? So you can't waste a lot of time, because you're going to look up, you're going to be 40 years old, and then you're going to be like, I wasted all this time trying to impress, and I done spent a lot of money when I could have been in a better situation. You know what I'm saying? So to me, I just feel like dating is just a lose-lose situation. I mean, that's how I break it down.
Yeah,
but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I would definitely appreciate you supporting the show. I got to get one more person in.
All right, for
Thank
sure.
you again.
No
All right.
problem.
All right, Mr. Betts, you the last one, man. Welcome to the show, man. Where you calling from?
I am calling from Kansas City.
Oh, Kansas.
What's
I've been
going
down there
on,
a couple
family?
times.
What's the word?
Nothing much over here. I just wanted to say I've been listening to you guys for about a month now. You guys got an awesome show and awesome platform, and also shout out to the Godfather Kevin Samuels. I wanted to comment about earlier topic about dating with purpose. I know I might be considered kind of the outlier exception, just based on how I was raised. When I was courting my wife, I told her up front that the goal in this was inevitably the altar and beyond. That I didn't want this just to be something casual. I didn't want this to, us to, bang and, that be the end of it. I told her and said, hey, I'm really not trying to do the whole casual deal, marriage is what I'm looking for. And she respected that. And here we are. We're about to celebrate 2 years next month.
Man,
So
congratulations on your 2 years.
Congratulations, family.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So I think for anyone else, I think if marriage is ultimately your goal, then yes, date with purpose, date with the intent to marry, because I think that would cut out a lot of the BS. When you, especially as a man, if you tell your woman, hey, this is where we're going, then more than likely, depending on if she's that type of woman that's actually marriage minded and is actually a wife,
good point,
then it shouldn't be an issue. It really shouldn't be an issue. The Bible says he who finds a wife. There's a lot of women out here that aren't wives. So that's the whole vetting process and whatnot. Yeah, that's just all I like to say. Shout out to y'all. Y'all continue to do what y'all do. I appreciate y'all because you're helping me with some things so I can teach my own son some things about here in the real world, and I appreciate y'all.
Man, it just gave me a rush, man. I appreciate that, man. We really do.
No problem.
No problem. You, fam.
All right, man. Yeah. And thanks for the support, man.
No problem.
All right. Well, y'all know y'all looking tired. Courtney starving, and
I'm just not getting started.
Danielle, like, damn, like, yeah, what the hell I sign up for?
I'm good.
You good?
Oh yeah.
Have to
4
make
a.m.
sure.
gang, baby. Got a whole another 3.5 hours.
All right, y'all. We appreciate y'all for tuning in to Lapeef Let's Talk, man. Make sure y'all hit the like button before y'all sign off. And also make sure y'all subscribe. It's been a good show. Great show. This is the greatest show on earth. The greatest show ever.
Ain't no after hours?
I don't know, man. I might do a little music or something like that, man. But other than that, I got an early flight in the morning, man. I got a flight at 5:10 in the morning.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? See how you do, JR? See how you do?
Always on the go.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Blessings. The greatest show ever. The greatest show ever. Hey, again, man, make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all subscribe. I know it's a few of y'all still on here. Also, too, make sure you guys hit the like button on this video. Whether you're watching it now or later, hit the like button. We appreciate you guys. I know it'd be long hours, but hey, we got a lot of night owls. And we just want to entertain you guys, man, bring some value. So hopefully you guys were entertained, and hopefully you guys got a lot of value out of conversations tonight. Every Thursday, 7:30 Central Time. Meet us here. And for the people that missed that, it didn't come on, just DM me. I'll see if I get y'all on first. Next go round. My apologies. Yeah, it's the greatest show ever, man. Greatest show ever. And that's no lie, no cap.
Ain't nobody got time for that. 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 Hello, motherfuckers.
Hey man, sometimes it's hard for me to leave you guys, man. We appreciate y'all, man. We really do. For real, man. We talk about you guys all the time. We talk about the fans. We talk about the family. Man, you guys are it, man. Again, we do this for you guys, man. Without you guys' constant support, we would not be where we are. Hopefully we're changing the game, man. We definitely not trying to imitate other people on this platform. We're really trying to bring a different flavor. It's the Lapeef Network, man. We're doing some things, man. We're doing some things. A lot of more great things in store for you guys. Shout out to Courtney K, Danielle, Rilla, Anton. Man. Stay tuned, y'all. Stay tuned. It's the greatest show ever.
Yes!
Yeah.
Hey y'all, last song, definitely appreciate you guys for rocking tonight. It's been a great show ever. I'll play one of these new joints I got on here. Yeah, we're gonna rock out with this, y'all. This is the last one. See y'all next Thursday, 7:30 Central Time. Make sure y'all join the Facebook group. Make sure y'all follow me on Instagram. That's at Lapeef_JR. That's at Lapeef_JR. I'm actually putting it down here right now for you guys. I just put it in the comments. Make sure y'all follow me right now. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Everybody else's IG is inside of the bio as well. Facebook group. Make sure y'all support the channel too, man. There's a lot of hard work going to this, man. We got some great topics tonight. Great topics. If you guys missed it, don't worry, play it back. I'll start the song over for y'all too. I know I'm talking all through the song. The beat, rather. Yeah, so tonight we talked about submission. If there's trust, why can't your significant other have friends of the opposite sex? Talked about dating. Change it up right now. Let's talk dating. But it was dating with the intention of marriage. We also talked about women don't care about your feelings. How important our fathers, and then Kevin Samuels kind of ended the show. So yeah, we had a great show, man. Great lineup. Good topics. Always a blessing when KS come on the platform. So yeah. Next Thursday, 7:30. All right.